invocation by Matthew Wells.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lord Jesus, we just thank you and give you praise for this evening. Thank you for this opportunity that we have to come together to talk about the things that we have to talk about, Lord God, to help guide this city in the direction that it needs to go. We want to pray this evening that you would give us, Lord God, a few things. We pray that we would have unity amongst ourselves. It says in Ephesians chapter 1, verse 10, to bring unity to all things in heaven and on earth under Christ. And this evening, Lord God, I just want to pray for unity amongst all of us, amongst the people of this town, amongst the people of our country, to just bind together in a unity that allows us to accomplish great things. Lord God, I want to pray for humility this evening. It says in Philippians chapter 2, verse 3, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourself, not looking to your own interest, but each of you look to the interest of the other people around you. And Lord God, this evening, I want to pray that we become peacemakers. For it says in Matthew chapter 5, verse 9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. And I pray for that not only here in our city and in our country, but I want to pray for that in the world this evening. In light of the circumstances that we're facing, Lord God, I just pray that calmer heads will prevail and that peace will be what comes as a result of certain situations. In that same vein, Lord God, we want to lift up all of our service members who are currently serving in other countries. We want to pray protection over them, Lord God. We want to pray for them to be safe. We want to pray for you to be with them, to give them the peace and the strength and the wisdom in these trying times. We want to pray for our first responders here in town, Lord God. We want to pray for the firemen, for the police, for those who are running the ambulances, Lord God. We just want you to watch over them, to guide them, to protect them, to help them to remain at peace throughout the situations that they go through. And just allow that to be what reigns in their minds and in their heart. That through being peacemakers, we can accomplish great things. Lord God, we ask for your guidance this evening in our thoughts, in our minds, in our words, and in our actions. We pray blessings upon this country. We pray blessings upon this community, Lord God. We pray that God will bless Fort Scott. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start it off with a proclamation, and I think Diane is going to read it for us here tonight.
This proclamation is for Betty Boyco Day. Whereas Miss Betty Boyco has been the superintendent of the Fort Scott National Historic Site since 2006, and whereas Betty is leaving this post to accept the superintendent position at Homestead National Historic Park in Beatrice, Nebraska, which is closer to her family, and whereas Betty has been an active part of the Fort Scott community since 2006, she will be greatly missed. And whereas Betty has also been an active part of Rotary Club, PEO, and her church, and whereas Betty was a person who was interested that the fort needed a boundary expansion so that the blockhouse could be included as part of the Fort Scott National Historic Site, and through the efforts of our congressional representatives, the blockhouse was able to be a part of the fort. And whereas Betty has been very supportive of the symbols of sacrifice in which flags are placed on the grounds of the Fort Scott National Historic Site, and also the United States Naturalization Ceremony, which is held annually. And whereas Betty was instrumental in helping encourage a group of concerned citizens in the formation of the Friends of the Fort group, which is beneficial to the Fort Scott National Historic Site. And whereas the public is invited to a reception honoring Betty to be held at Crooner's on February 23rd, 2022, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Now, therefore, I, Kevin K. Allen, Mayor of the City of Fort Scott, Kansas, do hereby proclaim February 23rd, 2022 as Miss Betty Boyco Day in the City of Fort Scott, Kansas.
Something to give her, Diane?
I will have a proclamation once we sign it.
Okay.
I will get it to you. Okay.
So congratulations, we have nothing to give you. Here, let me get a picture with you. You want to stay?
Okay, the only thing I want to say is everything that you said was not me. It was the citizens of this community as well as the staff at the National Historic Site. I think the prayer that you said in the scripture that you quoted, Matt, says it well. It's not about me, it's about other people. And you guys are the ones that have given me the success that I've had here. And it is very difficult for me to leave. This has become my home. And if it were not for family that is closer to the other park, I probably would stay. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now to the consent agenda. Turn back there.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes, sir.
know under 6 and 7 you added up from the commissioner reports, moved it up.
Yes.
Can you also add the mowing bid discussion onto under new business?
Number 8.
Yep.
Call that 8 mowing discussion. Okay. Anything else anybody wants to add? That being said, the consent agenda, the approval of the minutes of the meeting, appropriation ordinance and such, several payouts in there. Is there any discussion on that?
I just got one comment on the going through all the finances, and it just kind of stuck out in my mind today. The Evergy street lighting that we pay. Does anyone know, or anyone in the room, do they ever plan to do anything about those blue bulbs that are out there? A lot of folks are complaining. You just don't get the amount of light. It doesn't have any uniformity on the street. So did we buy the bulbs? Did Evergy buy the bulbs? Or what do we need to do to correct those?
So if I may, Commissioner, any of those bulbs that have a discoloration, on the pole there's a number. Any citizen can call Evergy and report that. Those are bulbs that have a defect in them.
Yeah.
They will come out and change them, but they don't know where they are unless we, the citizens, and we, the employees of Fort Scott, call Evergy to tell them. In the service that we pay for the lights, the bulbs are included.
Okay, no, well, that's
So-
good, and I'm glad folks know now that they can make a call, because
Sure. Anytime there's a light bulb out, that there's a plate on there, and that's great. But I also would ask that we could, as a city, rather than have to depend on the citizens doing that, could we send one of our employees out to go ahead and monitor which ones are blue at nighttime, rather than have to ask the citizens to go out and look at their street light? I mean, it's okay for that as well, but I think it would be doing our due diligence by sending someone out to do it for them, if they pay their taxes.
like I said, not really related to the budget, but it clicked in my head when I was looking through the numbers.
Sure. Did anybody have anything else? I had a few things.
Yeah, I had
Go
just a
ahead.
couple things.
You
You want
bet.
to go first?
No, you go ahead.
Mine were on the January financials. So it seems like we're running at a significant cost or loss on the water and the wastewater programs. Are we believing that the rates that have been raised are going to help offset some of the loss that we're running in the water and the wastewater, according to those January financials?
Yeah, we do have some other contracts that are coming in as well.
Okay.
There we go. And we do have contracts that kind of came out a little late.
Okay.
One's for the billing for the month is $100,000.
Okay.
So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably why we raised the water bills and that's one of the things we had to do in order to raise it. Chemicals, all kinds of stuff's going up, so it's going to go upside down pretty quick if we hadn't
Oh,
made
yeah.
an adjustment. And there hadn't been a raise in quite some time. And I think one of the important things that the people know at home is that we're going to keep that money where it's supposed to go.
Because that's what I was seeing from looking over the last 2 years is that water and wastewater both have been running in a deficit the last 2 years. So we must have been taking that money from somewhere else to cover it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was coming from the unencumbered cash. If you notice, when it goes in unencumbered and goes through your department, it was coming out the bottom of the fund a lot less every year. So you can track that on all of your budget forms. Yeah.
My other two questions were, so I've noticed that over the last 3 years, according to those January financials, we've lost money every year on what we used to gain in a franchise fee to the cable. And I assume that's because no one's using cable anymore. Everyone's using internet TV.
I'm sure that's gone down significantly.
However, I don't see any franchise fee for any of the internet companies that operate in our town. And I don't see any franchise fee for any of the streaming services, which are exactly the same thing as the cable was. So I just wanted to know, are we looking into that to help replace that loss of income?
Well, I can look into that and see where we're at on franchise fees with other vendors that way. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things that that you're looking at there, Matthew, is before last year, the city was charging a franchise fee for the water and sewer department, which was not right, and they quit doing that. So we've taken a lot of it. That money is all gone out of there.
Okay.
So I'm sure that has a bearing.
That's all I had was those two. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. Anyone else? I was just going to say a couple of things that stuck out to me was, again, I thought when you talked about Evergy, a couple of the higher bills that we have, one of them that was the highest was, it would come back to the Parks Department, and it was $1,465. And I don't know, when it comes to parks, does that build out all in one? Like that's every park, like every park lighting? Or I just wondered, it is? Okay, so that covers every park. Okay. The other thing I had was property tax distribution that would have came in at $140,837 for the Fort Scott Library Board. That's my own ignorance. That's just what we give them every year to operate on.
Yeah, they have a set mill levy, and so we just collect it and
Disperse it to them.
As it comes in, yeah.
Okay.
Is that a single disbursement?
No, it's quarterly.
Yeah.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the first time I'd seen it on there, and I didn't catch it before.
Really, I think it is. Because
If that's quarterly, that's quite a.
it's not, their budget's only 240. So
So it must
but
be
I-
biannually.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often it's dispersed.
Yeah, would you check into that and find out what that is? That'd be interesting to know. Not that I'm taking the library money away.
No,
I'm just,
yeah.
I'm just questioning. The other thing we have on here is Centas Corporation. At one time, we talked about we were paying quite a bit in mats and cleaning mats and things like that. And we talked about getting rid of that. It only comes up to $220. But is that something we're still thinking about getting rid of and buying our own mats? And we have a janitorial service. Would that be beneficial to us to get our own mats instead of having to rent mats?
Yeah, it depends on how bad a shape they are when they come and get them. Sometimes they're pretty dirty.
Okay.
So
I just saw that and I thought it was something to look into.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'd never rent a doormat for my house. I'd go buy a doormat. So.
yeah,
But to that point, we have cut back to some degree.
Yeah.
We did eliminate some of those things. We cut down on them.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I knew it was less.
But yes. So I think that if you want Kelly and I to evaluate that, maybe there's one here and one there that maybe we could.
Yeah, I'm just looking to sharpen it up as good as we could. And the last thing I had was on page 19 of 23. It had electronics contracting with 13 new IP phones, and it traced back to, I believe, And Mark, you might be able to explain that. It was $4,700.
So this is all part of the change out process to go from what we were doing before to these new phones system. And so the other day we had to shut down the phone system here at the city hall, and the 5-hour process ended up taking 10 hours. And so it is a process. There's upfront costs, but in the long run, there should be a savings of approximately $40,000 per year with the internet and the phone system. So no more long distance AT&T, all of those charges that we have been getting. This can also help on the individual phone lines, because now it comes into I'm not an IT IP person. It comes into the system, then it gets transferred through the phone computer system, as opposed to you having a phone number at wastewater and calling them, and a phone number out at Public Works and calling them. It just transfers it through the system.
And this has been with a lot of help from the county.
Shane Walker, our IT director, and Jimmy, the IT person, were here working on this. They're trying to get the computer systems updated. They're trying to get our 360 system. We had some, there was much needs. I don't want to go into security things, but there was much security needs that they also provided for us.
Well, I just think it's worth mentioning that's some of the stuff we're cutting on. I think it's great. And I appreciate the help that we're getting from the other side. So with that being said, no other questions. I'll entertain a motion.
A motion we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Now we'll move into the public comment section. And signed up to talk is Miss Karen Billiard. You're first. And if you could, please talk into the mic so we can hear you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
I appreciate this and all the commissioners letting us come with our concerns. My concern is that we need streetlights up on Marble Crest Drive and Marble Crest Terrace. We've owned our home for over 50 years, and there have never been any, except one at the corner of Burke and Marble Crest, and on the triangle that is right there by the corner of Marble Crest Terrace and then Marble Crest Drive. The one on Burke Street, Burke and Marble Crest, was out for several years, but it's working again. It's lighted. Those are the only two. There are no others. And it's very dark, just extremely dark at night. This has been brought to the attention of the commission, I believe, last week again by Mark McCoy. He was going to mention it.
I did bring it up, ma'am, to the city manager.
Oh, okay.
And so, we had the privilege of attending a meeting.
Yes, we did.
You want to talk about that, or do you want me to?
I'd rather you did, because we're supposed to keep this short. I was told.
Please take this, Mark.
Anyway, the reason for us bringing us to the attention of everyone now is that there has been a prowler up in our area for about a month. And that's made me feel like it's a good time to talk about streetlights. And with me tonight is Jana Walker, who lives on Burke Street and knows more about the prowler situation. So I just thank you for this and urge you to give consideration. I believe the city provides the street lights. Is that correct?
I mean, I would assume that's how it goes, because if I wanted a street light, I know if I want to light at my business, I can pay $20 a month or what have you. So I would assume that's how lights come on telephone poles. Am I saying that right? Or surely the electric company don't just pick out where they want to put a light.
Well, we pay the bill.
Right.
But like Mark said, they provide the lights on the pole. Now, it would go on your bill if you put it in front of your business. So.
Right. I'm going to shoot a text real quick to
There
one of my.
are some that have been relighted on Horton with the blue lights.
Yeah.
And bulbs, and they're not effective at all. So those need to be corrected. But thank you very much for allowing me to come forward. And I I think Jana would like to say a few words. She knows much more about what's been going on with the so-called prowler.
Jana, you're up next.
I thank you for your time, and I also thank you for addressing the blue or purple lights. I think we are very concerned about lighting. We've increased the lighting situation in a lot of homes that weren't turning on lights. Um, we're turning on as many lights as we can. There are people who have cameras in our area, residents, but there are others installing cameras. We're doing everything we can. We started at a neighborhood watch. Um, Signs are supposed to be going up thanks to the police department. We appreciate the city and everything that they do for us, but we really, that lighting is an issue. I would urge each of you, when you leave tonight, to maybe go down Burke Street and then wind around on Marble Crest. I think it was 2 years ago that I walked in the dark down that way, and I decided I wasn't going to ever do that again because there just is not enough lighting, and it's kind of scary. But I think that the residents down there deserve just as much as everybody else, and I just came to help support that area and urge someone to take a look at it and maybe find out who's responsible for that. And
It's us.
okay.
Yep. I sent a message to one of the head guys down at Evergy, and he said all we have to do is tell them where to put them.
Great, great.
So that's our responsibility, and I think you guys being here tonight, I thank you for being here also, and we'll address that. And like I said, we'll send our city employee out to look at the light situation, and not only your neighborhood, but everybody's neighborhood.
That's great.
So
Thank you very much.
yeah, absolutely. That's what we're here for. Do you guys have anything else you want to talk about? That was short and sweet. Thank you. Oh, are you coming back here? Okay. Get back up there before it gets dark. He hasn't got a black hoodie and a limp, does he? Does he got a black hoodie and a limp? Okay, next one up is going to be Richard Clark.
Howdy. My wife and I have a vintage molded fiberglass camper, and we do a lot of camping. And she'd been talking about if we get camping sites, new camping sites at the lake, having rallies out there. We've gone to rallies that had 30 vintage campers. We've gone to rallies that had 40 molded fiberglass campers. And I think the last one one of the ones we went to is Frontenac. There were so many there, we had to double up on the sites, and that's fine. That we made it work. And we went to one small, the one that started last year. I think there was 8 campers there. It was a vintage one. Well, we went by the lake today where they're going to be doing the campsites, and they're cutting the trees down. And I don't understand that. And I assume that they're making way for the sites, but I don't know. Because there was dead trees laying on the ground, but they were cutting these other trees down. And the first sites that are chosen are the ones with shade. And so I don't understand. And I know it's convenient in some cases for a contractor to just clear out what he wants and put what he wants there, but that's not user friendly. That doesn't help the person that's actually using the product. And in this case, the product is the campsites. And so when you run the lines, if that's what this is for, if you run the lines for electricity and the water, that's probably going to stress out some more trees and probably kill some more. And it's nice to be able to sit out under a tree of evening while you're camping. And a lot of people love to do that and socialize. I mean, we have the awnings and we put those up, but on a hot day, this last one we went to last year, there was no shade. and it was miserable. I mean, we had the awning up and had fans going, but the more trees you cut down, the less user friendly it's going to be. And I would decry, and I would like your response on that to see if, is that what you're doing? Is that what's going on?
Well, Richard, I appreciate you coming in because I actually have and had the same question when I come around the corner because we didn't know, and I'm sure Doug's going to be able to explain to us what's going on. But we didn't know about anything either. When I went out there for the porta potties last week, I saw the trees, and I'm assuming you're talking about in the little nook that goes around by the fish feeder down in the bottom.
Well, no, it's up above where the people have been doing tent camping. It's along there if you go to the shelter house. It's on the north side. There's a bunch of trees being cut out and cleared out. I don't understand.
Just today.
Yeah.
See, you want to, Doug? Do you know about this? Okay. Well, let's let Doug answer his questions. I think I have the same questions.
So back in the spring, we marked a few dead trees. There's probably about 7 we took down this morning that were dead or diseased, or is a safety concern. We don't want trees to come down in heavy windstorms or anything like that. So that's why those trees would come down. Most of them we actually pushed over, and they actually uprooted. So it's not that we're removing healthy trees. We're removing trees that are safety concerns.
Sure. It's not like you're going in and clearing out the timber.
No.
So here's another question. As I seen it, I've removed a bunch of trees in my time. And are you using a machine now? Are you using a machine? You said you pushed them out and they fell.
Yeah,
over.
we had our tractor out there that we pushed them over with.
A tractor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we as a City of Fort Scott, we have an excavator.
Yes.
And I think that the best way to do that is with an excavator, because I looked out there and you guys have got a bunch of 2 and 3 foot stumps now.
And that was the plan, was to go out there and remove the stumps when we were done.
And that's great, but just for other concerns, when you're taking a tree down, cut it off about 7 or 8 feet tall, as high as you can reach anyway. That way you got more leverage to pull on to make sure and get all the stumps and everything. Because now we're going to have to dig around the shoreline in order to disturb it to get some of those out. But Richard, to your point, we took a lot of debris out along the whole from the beach all the way around, and that's the reason they're cleaning out down in that hole. I knew that because that's a totally area that's just going to be shade tree, tents, things like that down in there, because you'll never you can get a camper down in there, but you'll never get it out. But the area that the campers are going to be at, the way we've been talking, is going to be over just west of the shelter house. And we're going to be able to utilize a lot of those trees, like where you're talking about there, cutting them down, because I did not know that part. And I thought, man, if we're cutting those down, that's not good, because I can envision nice paths back into them where your trees are over the campers, and then we'll get yelled at when a limb falls off one.
Yeah, that's the reason we were cutting the underbrush, and we burned off a lot of the underbrush a few months ago, and cleaning that area up around where the fish feeder and
right
between the camping area and the boat ramp, and
so
for better pedestrian access. And
right. And in my opinion, if you need a machine out there, we need to get with Public Works and get a machine out there to hurry up the process to get the right ones out. And you could make that work very quick.
That is the plan.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Richard.
I hope there's plans then to replace it with newer trees or put in some shade trees, because camping with trees is great. Camping without trees sucks.
Yep. I'm a big camper too. I think all of us around here have camped at one time or another. You're exactly right. It's brutal because you camp in the summer and it's 100 degrees with no shade. That's tough.
The camp, the first one that we went to last year, was first year for it. There was only 8, but they seemed to grow from there. So you could end up with, if we didn't do the rally, we could end up with 40 or 30 or 40 campers out there.
Sure. And there's big clubs like that. Like you said, I've got a Spartan Barth, and there's a big Spartan club. They all get together with those vintage campers. So I appreciate you coming in, really do. Thank you guys for keeping an eye on that place out there. Okay, that's all for the public comments. The next thing on the agenda is old business. We're going to approval of amendment of the fireworks ordinance number 3602. Has everybody had a chance to read that amendment? And is there any questions, concerns? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to pass the amended fireworks ordinance number 3602.
I'll second that.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Now for appearances, we have Jerry Witt with the Riverfront.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. I'm here on behalf of the Riverfront to request, but first of all, let me, for the new commissioners, Tim, and for our new city manager and things, let me catch you up just a little bit about Riverfront. Back in 2005, we had a citizens group that met, a lot of citizens, to pick out projects that would better Fort Scott. And out of that came the idea of cleaning up the north side of Fort Scott along the Marmaton River. Well, then in 2007, the Senate passed Senate Bill number 321, creating the Bourbon County Fort Scott Riverfront Authority. And it was signed into law by then Governor Kathleen Sebelius. The project's aim is to turn the Marmaton River and the surrounding areas between Highway 69 and National Avenue into a recreational park. Since then, a lot of this is done. It took a lot of securing land from landowners and descendants of landowners and all that was in the north side. They're called Belltown. And then in 2011, we received a $1,545,000 grant from the Department of Transportation to build the River Loop Road on the south side of the river. Now, along with that contract, we were to build the joining trails leading from that, which would be walking and biking trails. Cost overruns caused us to cut out that part of the contract. Then in 2012, we received a $125,000 grant from Kansas Wildlife and Parks, and that's when we built the half-mile walking trail on the north side of the river, and it's used greatly now. Then in 2016, after securing all the property and all that, we deeded all the land and all the park to the city, and you folks own it now. 2018, we received another grant from Kansas Wildlife and Parks, and that was to build the pavilion that's in the north side now, which is a large pavilion with electricity and very nice pavilion, and also to build an overlook at the convergence of Milk Creek and the Marmaton River. Westar donated the lumber for that out of used telephone poles. They cut it to our specifications, and we transported it here. In December 2019, we received a grant, $17,792 from Blue Cross Blue Shield Pathways to Healthy Kansas to light the North Park. We had a lot of requests because ladies were a little afraid to walk there after dusk and after dark, but now that is lighted and it's used quite a bit. Well, in 2020, that flood that come through took our overlook structure and kind of pushed it off over the edge and damaged it. But in 2021, what we decided was that the south bank of the river was much higher, did not have a large confluence of heavy water right there. So we moved Riverfront, paid $8,500 to move that structure to the south side overlooking that same thing. And it's a beautiful place to go out and kind of look now. Well, that's why I'm before you tonight, is because another KDOT TA grant is taking place, and we would like to rebuild those trails that have all been engineered. They've been studied out, and it's shovel ready. So the construction cost will be approximately $135,000. It's an 80-20 grant, and Riverfront has the 20 or 25 or 30% money to go towards it. There'll be no cost to the city. All I'm asking for is a resolution to allow us to go ahead and apply for this grant. We do have a grant writer. The preliminary documentation has to be in by March 1st. So we're going to call our grant writer and tell her, if you do vote to give us the okay, that we'll go ahead with that and get it. The trails will be $2,953 linear feet of trails, 8 foot wide with asphalt. The surface area will be 23,600 feet of asphalt. So it's quite a project. And like I say, we've got the money. We're ready to go if you'll give us your approval. Any questions?
And where will it go from our existing trails?
From the River Loop Road on the south side of the river. It goes back and under the bypass around.
Right.
Okay, the trails will take off to the north. It'll go up to that overlook structure that we moved, circle back around. And on the south side, it'll go in through the brush and through the, and if you look now, that's all been cleared. It's kept mowed, but it's just not asphalted.
Right.
So,
So it's something that we're already mowing and taking care of. There will be no additional mowing.
be less really because it'll
Be
be
paved.
asphalt rather than.
Right. I mean, that would be my only concern was the mowing part of it. So.
No, Paul's doing a great job.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He's doing a great job.
Is there are no lights in that area though? Is that something that would be a consideration?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have numbers on that.
Okay.
And of course, you know that we applied for a grant to move the historical bridge. We want to go across the river there so that people walk the River Loop Road and then cut across and walk on the half-mile track. But we did receive the $750,000 grant, but the bids come in $1.2 million, so we couldn't quite make up the difference. So we let that grant go. And then last year we applied for we decided rather than moving the historical bridge, we would build a walking bridge across there. And we applied for that, and we were denied that. But we're going to go back after that project. But they seem to think if we get the trails done and have people on both sides, that connecting part across the river would become more valuable. So that's where we are. Got to take it in steps.
Sure.
Yep, I'll make the motion. What does it need to say? It need to be not a resolution.
I would approve to apply for the grant and approve the resolution to submit the grant.
Yep.
If you'll have your grant writer get with me with the paperwork.
Yes, I have the resolution from your last
you
time
do?
that
Okay.
you can copy from.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. And I want to say thank you, Jerry, for putting that all together. There was several good things come from that group. I was in one of those groups, and that's where Nat team come from and all kinds of stuff. So it paid to have that. It would be interesting to look into that in the future, putting one of those study groups together again, because there was a lot of minds in there thinking of positive things for Fort Scott. So that's maybe something we look into as well. Okay, the next person to talk is Jessica Allison with the American Legion.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Allison, and I am the commander of our local American Legion. And we are looking to start some fundraisers to build up our money. To be able to continue on with our mission of helping veterans in our area and then also the community. This post has been growing slowly the last couple of years. We want to keep going, and by doing that is getting other people involved to see, yeah, one, we're still here, to be able to give back. And what we're looking to do is to use, if we're allowed, is to use Memorial Hall. We're already there anyway. And to use, they're talking right now is maybe having a bingo game 2 to 3 times a month, depending how well it goes, but then building from there and doing other things. We are you have the American Legion, the Auxiliary, Legion Riders, I have to think about it for a minute, and then Sons of the American Legion. So there's a lot of us. It's not just, the one. And we would like to do that, use the main area and then also the concession area. Thing with the concession area, I don't think it's been used for a while. Definitely probably pre-COVID. And it needs a little love, needs some cleaning up, maybe some updating. I just want to know if that'd be a possibility.
The city does not have a food license anymore for that concession area.
Okay.
Probably when the Jubilee quit, it was dropped.
Well, that's something we could apply for, though.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think those come pretty easy.
Okay.
That and alcohol or whatever
Yeah,
you
we're
need.
just wanting to do like water, soda, and chips, cookies, cake, probably. I mean, just snacks.
Yeah, I think that's something we could try to help out with on that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned. So you're just wanting permission tonight to use that area for your
Yes.
festivities, and you're going to have gambling up there?
Sure, we have a license and everything from the state. We already have
Bingo.
our bingo license, so yeah. Who knew?
Just so you are aware, they are doing a study inside the building right now for mold and lead and asbestos in there. So before you cram a bunch of people in there, I think it's great. I mean, I'm a member of the American Legion. So is my wife. I'm a member of the VFW, and they're great organizations. And
Absolutely.
I've often said that we have so much expertise in the veterans in this community that we need to organize them better and get them to do more stuff. But
I agree.
I mean, there's nothing better than American Legion bingo, but just keep in mind, I think I talked to Jason earlier this evening about where we were in that test that was being done inside the building. But I think it's great.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and it gives another use to Memorial Hall.
Absolutely.
It's a very underused building. So I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the use of the American Legion post at Memorial Hall for bingo 2 to 3 times a month with no liquor license, they said.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Anything else?
No, that's it for now.
Okay, we're working on getting the steps and everything fixed up too.
Appreciate that
So
very much.
you bet.
Means a lot to us.
You bet.
All right.
It's
thank
a
you.
shame, when I got down here, I thought about not joining the Legion, but there was no better recruiter for going ahead and joining than Carl Jowers.
I know.
God rest his soul.
Yeah, he's
And then
a
I
tough
saw
act to follow.
I saw him everywhere until I finally said, okay, I'll join.
I think he followed people
Yeah.
around Walmart until they just gave up. So.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he started a lot of good stuff. Rides back and forth to the hospitals and everything else. Carl was in it to win it.
He was.
Good dude.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next is Jody Hayner and Rachel Carpenter to talk about Bourbon County Healthy Action Team, but I don't believe they're here. Okay, they'll pass on that. And up next is Bobby Reed and Stuart Goulger to talk about the Bourbon County Fair and Rodeo. It looks like Bobby's flying solo.
Yeah, go figure. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Sorry I didn't bring pizza tonight, but maybe somebody can take care of that.
They probably will.
So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Bob Reed. I got many hats, but tonight I'm up here representing the Fair Board. I'm the Assistant Grandstand or the Arena Superintendent, Stuart Goulger, who's not here, is the administrator or the overseer of the arena. Last year, we came before you, I believe, in June or late May, and requested the city's help financially in helping support the Bourbon County Fair. You folks were very gracious and supported that. We asked for to match the county what the county gave, and at that time, because of budget constraints, you couldn't, but you did what you could, and we were very, very thankful for that. So instead of waiting till last minute, we was told that we would need to come back up and ask for your support again this year on the Bourbon County Fair, which is the third week in July. The rodeo has been moved to the second weekend just so we could keep the same stock contractor. Now, for for you that are new, not only are you supporting the Bourbon County Fair and Rodeo, not just that one week, you would be also supporting us entirely for the whole year. It not only helps us put our fair on, but when we put our fair on, that's also money that is helped by paying light bills, water bills, insurance, maintenance, and stuff like that. So without the city, the county, and our many, many, many supporters out there, along with myself and the Fair Board, we want to say thank you. the events that go on there are not just tied to that week. We have events going on out there all year round that bring people from outside of the area to this area that stay in this area for the weekend. John Emerson had a cattle show last year and this year, 5-state region, Iowa, Missouri. Those folks was in town and stayed night, motels, Sharkies, the whole 9 yards. You couldn't get in there that weekend. We have another one scheduled right after the college rodeo in March. We are also joining forces and assisting with the mud run in October or April, which is a good thing. It's showing that we're expanding. We received a few grants from Bourbon County Ready to help us improve our facilities. So we've done a lot of work with minimal dollars. A lot of ours has been through memorials that people have passed that have allowed us. And those of you that have been here for a while, our rodeo arena wasn't even subpar until a few years ago when we started getting memorial dollars, Bourbon County Ready dollars and stuff to do a lot of improvements to entice people to come not only use our arena, but use our fairgrounds for animal exhibits and so forth. We recently got I can't remember what it's called, the Lucky Charm building or the red roof or the green roof building, the concession stand, the chuck wagon, that was given back to us. So we're doing weddings and stuff like that again. So we're trying to help the community out. So with that being said, I'm asking, this is a two-part. The first one would be to have your guys' support financially in helping us put that on. We would like to see matching money from what the county gives. But obviously we'll take whatever we can get.
I have a question, and
Sure.
I'm assuming it's a nonprofit organization. Do you guys go out, send out letters for corporate sponsorship to all the folks in town for donations to this?
Well, it's kind of unique here in the last few years. Where Stuart Gulager, myself, and Diane Brillhart are really the fun seekers. Word of mouth. Word of mouth. Facebook has got a lot. There's area businesses, that do contribute to this. There's many ways to fundraise. So far, we've found that just knowing the people that we know and our continued supporters in our area businesses here in town have been a very fundamental asset to us in that aspect. So to answer your question point blank, no, we just do it other ways.
Okay. And that might be something, Bobby, I'd be happy to get with you with to maybe help improve fundraising going forward as well. I'm part of the Good Old Days Committee, and I was telling Josh Saturday morning, mailing out stacks of envelopes to all the businesses in town, to try and get all the fun, because it's another large event here in the city like the rodeo is.
Sure.
And I wasn't saying you guys are doing anything wrong by not doing that, but just I was curious of whether or not you had taken that approach before.
Right. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit down or have lunch with you or something.
Sure.
See what your ideas
I'd be
are.
happy to help. I went out there last year. I enjoyed the last night. You had a couple of great bands playing. It was a good time.
Yep. We're trying to improve it every year and grow it bigger.
They have an event you might be interested in where you try to get the rope off the.
Yeah, money the hard way.
Yeah, the money the hard way.
I will tell you.
Me do it?
You won't believe this, but when I was in the military, one of the guys up in Montana with me was a rodeo guy, and I got roped into the wild horse race as the mugger, and I'm sure Bobby knows what that is.
Right.
You ain't getting me in the ring again.
One trick pony.
So I'm sure this is the question that everybody's wanting to know. The county gives the fair board $10,000 a year to do that, or to help out, and that money, like I said, goes to bills and helps put on the fair and the rodeo and get us going through all year. I would ask that, but I would also be very gracious to whatever you guys could swing.
Well, I think last year, Bob, you had asked for 10,000. Did we end up giving 5,000?
You end up giving 5. You asked us to, you was going to bring it up during the budget meeting. Don't know if it did or not. So when I asked about it at the end of the year, I was told, well, you'll just have to come back and ask. So instead of putting it off.
Sure. What do you guys think?
I'm just curious, and this is just for my information. Does Uniontown or Bronson or any of those others, do they donate to this, the city?
No.
No. Have you guys asked any of those?
We haven't, because there's nothing in those, Devin, there's nothing. There's no place. Everybody stays here in town. They spend their money in town. There's not a Walmart in Uniontown. I mean, probably some of these people that came here don't even know where Union or have ever heard of Uniontown. But I can tell you that the businesses in Uniontown and other business throughout the county help support the fair.
Anyone else have any questions or suggestions or offers, or would you like time to think about it? Take 2 weeks to think about it? I mean, I'm asking you guys.
Budgetarily, how do we look?
Well, we probably ought to look at what we want, where we want to do with it, and where we want to take it from, and get back with them.
Yeah, Bobby, if that's, I mean, that's fiscally responsible. You know, we talk about that at every meeting now, is to, rather than to make a judgment decision, because if we did that, you know, like we talked about last time, if we do this for you, we gotta
Exactly.
watch everything.
No,
So,
I get it, and I understand.
but we can have an answer for you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Let me come back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. My other, like I said, my question was 2-part. Second part is the weekend of the rodeo. That is a sanctioned event. And if Stuart was here, he could tell you. Anyway, it's a bunch of alphabets, letters, and stuff. The
PR,
CPA, the RCA, or whatever it is. But we have to have EMS. We have to have. It's a sanctioned event. We have to have EMS there. And the years past, the 3 years past that we've had the rodeo there, we've paid. The 2-part to this would be to see if the commission would also be gracious enough to waive those EMS fees.
What do you remember what it was?
I'd have to look, but the $750 mark sticks in my
Yeah, I don't
brain.
think. I mean, me personally, that's not a problem at all. It's just us helping
The
out.
only thing on that, I don't know. We'll have to check in on how that works, because EMS is, even though it's our thing, it's paid by the county, and so that might be might be a county question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can figure that
But
part
yeah,
out.
I mean,
though.
that's just sure, but I don't see. I mean, I think it's been waived for other events in town. So.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm not going to name that, but I've heard that because I sit at home and watch this. I've heard that, so that's what prompted me to ask, because you never know if you don't ask.
Well, and that's the thing. We'll have that answer for you in 2 weeks as well.
Great, I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for thanks for what you guys do out there. You too. Okay, up next, Ryan Collier, 12th and Main Fence.
How you guys doing? So the 12th and Main Fence, the lady that I did the work for, she contracted me to build her a privacy fence. And I got granted through the city. I went to Lyle, got a building permit December 7th. That would be a Wednesday. Or no, December 8th was a Wednesday. He came out, granted me didn't have to have a permit at the time. Showed him where I was putting it. We measured 25 from the middle of the street, 25 foot. La 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 la. He said, "You're good." All right. So that was Wednesday. Thursday morning, I showed up. He said, "Hold on. You can't, hold on." So he came back over, remeasured. We did it all. I said, "I'm setting all my corner pickets today." He goes, "You're good. You're good to go." So I buried, I'm going to say maybe 18 4x4s, concreted them in. Come that evening, he called me and said, "Hey, I'm going to have to ask you to stop doing the work." I said, "Okay." That's December 8th. December 9th rolls around. and I'm on my phone. I'm calling whoever I can think of. Cause I'm like, I've got $5,400 worth of this lady's money sitting on the ground and materials. So the next day we had a meeting. It was raining on Friday. The building, actually, he gave me his business card here. He said if I had a problem for you guys to call him. I don't want to, is it Bill Downing Jr.? Is that his name? He showed up in the yard with Lyle. We walked the fence. He looked at it. He said, I don't see anything wrong with it. Continue your work. This is a 3-day deal. All right. Within 30 days, the homeowner got a letter from the commissioners that they thought it was in their best interest that she needed to tear her fence down or relocate her fence. My question is, why is that? And who's going to pay for that?
Well, I think what we need to do now is ask Bill, or how do we want to address this? If the letter's been sent out, do we want to speak to this? I mean, he's got a good point. We've all talked about this fence numerous amounts of times.
Yeah, I think we just want to handle this internally and just take his communication. We've figured out a solution that we'll do, and if anyone in the commission wants to talk to us about that, but we're going to handle it internally with codes, and if the fence needs to be moved, we'll take care of that.
Was this the email that was kind of sent out? Did you send out the other day? Yeah.
Well, I think that the confusion is the difference between right-of-way and easement, and the fact that the measuring was actually confused. So anyway, when we went back and reinterpret everything, it talks about the setback is from the right-of-way. Okay, and so if you look at and compare with the GIS or the surveying, it's actually not set back far enough, even if you do it properly. So it was some confusion in that, and we'll take care of it, Ryan.
Okay, I guess then that's all I needed.
I
Appreciate it.
suggest, if you still have further concerns, come to the next meeting, or reach out. You can reach out to myself or Kevin again.
Will do. Thank you.
Well, Ryan, just for clarification, that fence was completed prior to the new fence ordinance. You said December was when you set the post, and
Yeah, it would have been done. So December 9th, we set all the 4x4s, and that following week we'd have been done with it. So 9, 10, it's done before Christmas, way before Christmas.
But for clarification, those rules were already on the book.
Yeah.
It's set in the zoning ordinance, and that's where the confusion obviously came in. The zoning ordinance had always said a permit was required. The zoning ordinance had always said that it was required setback from the right of way. Mm-hmm. So these are rules that were always in the ordinances, always in. They were somehow lost during interpretation because these same rules have been applied to people for the last 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you did anything wrong. You did what you were supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, my deal is not everybody has $8,500 to pay somebody, so that's a lot of money. You're not talking a few $100 here and there. I mean,
sure.
And there's,
I'd like to make a motion that we discontinue this and allow the city manager to handle the situation in the best way that he knows how. And I think there were some mistakes made, and we're gonna make those good. So.
all right, sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. I don't think you need a motion, Pete.
No.
But
I appreciate your motion, but we're good. Huh? We don't need a motion for that.
we don't need a motion.
No.
No.
Okay.
Now my office can handle that.
He knows what to do. Okay, that does it for the appearances. Up next, we have public hearing, which is there's none. New business. Number 1, consideration of bids for a Manhole 148 project. Jason Dickman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. We opened bids for the Manhole 148 reroute project, which is the Old Faithful manhole. Initially, we had 4 bidders. 2 were essentially not valid. 1 was missing their bond, and 1 didn't have the addenda. So we ended up with two good bids, and the low bidder was Nowak Construction Company for a total of $340,734. And I'd already sent recommendation for award to Kelly, and we talked about the budget because it was over budget. Material costs have gone kind of crazy the last 6 months. So the original budget for construction was $192,000. So looking at the bids, the unit prices for pipe was double or more of the original estimate. So, and you can see that if you got the bid tab.
So that was gonna be two of my questions. One was, that's the reason those particular costs went up so much on the pipe is because of the materials.
Yes.
And then my second question was gonna be on the pavement replacement. That's almost twice as much.
Yep, same deal.
Is
You know,
that-
any of the asphalt, concrete, all the costs, anywhere, you know, pipe. We just had a quote down in Pittsburgh. There was, I think 8-inch used to be $6. Now it's $19 a foot. So, and it's all about, a lot of it's the plastic pipe is a big issue. So those are double and triple. Concrete pipe, I'm checking on some of that because we've got a bid out now for a stormwater project. So I'm going to try to chase down what that's looking like while that goes out to bid. So,
Hey Kelly, can I ask a crazy question? Is that pavement patch something that we can take care of in-house?
County has a paving machine or the asphalt.
'Cause that's-
Now, we can use concrete too.
Well,
that's over $100,000.
You're exactly right, Matthew. I believe that we have the manpower that we can do that now, and I think that's a great suggestion. I mean, you're going to save, like you said, $100,000. Can you pick and choose from this bid, or are they saying no, we're all in? Because you take something like that out of a bid of mine,
right, they're not going to like it, but they may be subbed to a different contractor. Actually, it probably was.
well, I say we cross that bridge before we accept.
So I can call Nowak and discuss that with them.
If you would, please.
Yeah.
I think that's great. You know, we used to tear bids apart all the time with, you know, I remember we had the City Hall rock to a deal because we could save money on rock.
Right. Yeah, I will call Nowak and talk to them about that.
That'll help a lot.
And we'll just have to coordinate because it may be. Are you guys able to do the saw cut
Yes.
Yes.
as part of that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I
We're
will
talking
check on
streets
that.
down in there that probably need help anyway, so.
Yeah.
You know, am I right?
Yeah.
We're not cutting up National.
No.
Or are we cutting up National?
No, this
Not
is
there.
I'm just trying to freak everybody out
At
again.
15th and National. So yeah, the ordinance says that you got to go back. If it's asphalt, go back and asphalt. That's why that came that way. I think concrete maybe would have got you a little cheaper, maybe, but because it's easier to do in such a short
Sure.
strip.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a saw cut,
Yeah.
it's a matter of just going in and laying it back in and screen it off. So yeah, we'll. I think that's a great suggestion, Matthew.
So I'll check on that and get back with Kelly on what
Definitely.
I find out.
Definitely.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Okay, number 2, Fort Scott Lake discussion. He's got about 6 items here. Looks like Doug Guns.
Yeah, I almost stopped when
Whoop.
I got this agenda the other day that there was Lake Advisory Board meeting, not City Commission meeting.
This is the guy to yell at right here. I didn't have that done.
So we're gonna do some yelling.
Now he is, not me.
I'm sorry, what?
I said we're gonna do some yelling.
Oh, you'll never hear me yell at. Never. Not. You'll hear me get yelled at, but never.
I think they were gracious enough to move the podium where there's a chair, so I could just sit down.
Well, we might talk about a few things, but go ahead.
All right,
I
so
I appreciate you and everything you do.
at the last meeting, you guys asked for quite a few things, RFPs and for mower, for floating docks, a list of project lists, and
I don't know if we asked for a mower. Did we ask for a mower?
Yeah, we gave him permission to go ahead and
to
go
draft
out
an
to bid for
RFP
that.
for a mower out at the lake.
RFP.
It's just an RFP. You didn't give me permission to buy anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll keep talking.
Okay. So I don't know. I don't have an agenda in front of me to know which item is first.
Okay, the first item was discussion of sale of 6 additional lake
That's not
lot
me.
properties in Fort Scott.
Okay. Sell them.
Sell it.
I don't think that's me. So
and I think we have the maps, and I wasn't here last time. Kevin,
Yeah.
you and I discussed those 4 out there just north of Hackberry. That's the mile road on the west side.
Okay, we're over here. What do you want? We're over here, and so it comes back in where we had originally talked. Right here is your campground, and it comes back around this little water nook here, and then the houses back in here don't start. They start, probably about, I don't know, 700-800 feet in, something like along that lines. And we thought maybe there could be 2 of them sold off of this piece right there, and that would help fill in that hole right there that could be used for housing. The second place we looked at was as you come around here, and this is going to be the mile road, Hackberry. So if you come back up before Hackberry on this road here, this is where you come back in, and there's A-frames. There was about, I think that, I don't know, there's probably 4. Yeah, there's 4 A-frames in this area here. But there is a large area here as well as here that is unactive. I mean, you can see this is all waterfront. Every bit of this is waterfront down through here. And those are giant lots. I mean, these would bring real money. And we even talked about to where a guy could come in here and continue this because it's just got one leg coming in this. As you well see, some of these have a loop. Most of them have a loop that continues all the housing. And but this one here doesn't have a loop. You just got one way in, one way out. So you could actually bring this right through here, have a grassy area, and then sell probably, I mean, there's several lots in there. If you build them the same size where they've already got homes on them, you could probably sell an additional 6 lots right here on this. So this would be the other 4 lots would come in right there. So you got 4 lots here and 2 lots here is what Josh was proposing.
I think that'd be I know the Lake Advisory Committee suggested selling some on the west side after they sold some on the east side.
Mm-hmm.
I think those would be some good spots. So that's all I'm asking is to go out to get surveyed for the 2 lots up there, up north.
2 lots up north on the first entrance,
Yeah,
and then
4 down there, and
4 down here.
And my recommendation is to make them 90 to 100 feet wide, depending on the survey's recommendation, because that's what the standard lot size is.
Yeah, about 90 to 95, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the last ones we did was 105, I believe. So I think we could bring them back down. You're still going to sell them.
Well, I think get the survey guy out there based off location, everything, what's best, 90 to 105, whatever recommends. We have Kelly work with either Earls or Ag Engineering to get those surveyed and ready to sell.
Yeah, and then so I think right now we could, if you guys were up to it, make a motion to get them surveyed.
Yeah.
And then we come back and say.
I'm all for selling property out there. Just a couple of things. I would like to, I go out to the lake, but as far as these lots go, I'd like to go out there with somebody and just get a chance to look at it.
I'll take you out there.
That'd be great.
You
The
bet.
second part of it, before we start spending money to survey, I can't help but think back on the initial 4 lots that we sold and the fact that one of them still isn't closed and the issues.
It's going to be closed soon.
I know, but why don't we first, and I don't care if we have, since there's obviously a lot more out there that could be sold and there's other property, do we maybe need to get with some folks and work out the process this time so there are no hiccups and we make sure that
none of these have any encroachments on them?
None.
Well, I mean, just
Well, absolutely.
I know, but it could be something else that,
that
comes up.
I agree with you 100%.
Well, and that's, you
I
won't know to get them surveyed, so that'd be the first step is get them surveyed.
I'm good with selling them, but let's really look back at the process that took place last year and make sure that it's all the ducks are in a row.
Sure. I think that's why the first step is getting them surveyed. So I want to go ahead and make a motion to have Kelly go out and get those 2 surveyed up there and the 4 down there, and have Kelly work with the engineer to sell those, and that'd be the first step. And then based off that, then we can, any hiccups or whatever,
Right.
Then we.
But Tim's got a great point, because the only 2 that might have encroachments would be this one here on the end, and then this one here. So that would be the only 2.
And that's why before we actually made a motion as well to pay for the survey, I'd like to, as a commissioner representing the folks in the city, actually see the lots that you're talking about.
How are we going to know if there's encroachments without a survey?
Well,
you won't.
Okay.
But
even general area idea. I don't know if Matthew knows where they're at, if he wants to see them.
I don't know. That's why. That's why I asked. I brought this up 2 months ago, and I figured one of you guys would have maybe went out there and looked at them.
Well, we still didn't know where they were.
Okay, so
they just got the maps.
Yeah, no one reached out to me. I mean, I could have. Yeah, so
here's what I'll do, because in all fairness, I agree. So to make sure we do our due diligence, we're not in a big hurry to sell them. mean, we do want to get
No,
them.
but we know how survey. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
last
thing.
time they were two or
I
two or
think we
three
put out
months
the
out.
first survey, and if something comes up, because they're 2 to 3, 4 months out. So
I mean, I don't care if Kelly wants to take Matthew and you want to take me or however you want to do
that's
it.
the only bad thing.
thought
If you
we were
wait
going.
2 weeks, 4 weeks, and all of a sudden now you're still another, and then we're back to September before you can get them. You know,
He said he could bump us up, probably get it in 3 to 5 days. Is what? No, he said 2 to. What do you say? 4 to 6 weeks.
I'll let Kelly know if we got people, if we're doing something in the area that we might be able to.
if you got time later this week, maybe me, you, and Kelly can go out there and.
But at least put it on your schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we jump in the truck and go out there, and all of us can. Well, we can't all meet out there.
No,
That was a bad deal.
we'll have to
We
go
can.
separate.
We can if we tell them we're going to meet
Yeah,
out
we
there.
can have
We can have a special meeting.
We had 3 of us out there during the sale. I mean, no, but we can have a special meeting out there.
Yeah.
We have to post
Yeah,
it.
we can post it.
We can post it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that way everybody's on the same page, and the public wants to come and yell at us for selling.
And
lots.
I will make my schedule work so that I can be out there for that.
Yep, that's great. So that clears it up for that part of the. So we'll discuss that again in 2 weeks, and if you could have an answer for us as well, Jason, as far as how quick you could get on that with your people in 2 weeks, I'd appreciate it.
One thing I would like to ask about any of the city properties that are sold from here on out is we look at the or the possibility of doing 200-year leases on these pieces of land that are made available to be re-upped, just like the government does on all of the lands that it leases out and sells through the Bureau of Land Management. Something that's very common amongst many other municipalities, the federal government. Any of these properties that are owned by government entities are not usually sold outright. They're on long leases. So
Yeah, I think the only downside with that is most of the government. I mean, am I wrong that most of them are sold? Are them sold privately? The ones you're talking about?
no, a lot of them are put up for auction, or they go out for
Yeah.
leases.
Kevin, what do you think about that?
The 200-year lease, I don't like it. We've got, and I'm not just trying to be argumentative, but here again, we're selling these properties. I, as a homeowner, I go out there and I say, I'm going to invest in your community. I'm going to put a $500,000 home on this thing, which all these homes that are being built now are half and more.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I in my mind, even though I know I'm going to be dead and gone in 200 years, I want to pass this thing down. I mean, that's my vision. Is my cabin isn't much out there, but I want my kids to enjoy it. I want my grandkids to enjoy
Well, and if
it.
there's no violations, the lease never ends.
Well,
It continues to be re-upped.
And violations are such a gray area.
Well, we specify what those violations would be within the lease.
So here's the.
I know, but I'm just saying we just had a fence law we specified, and then 30 days later we sent a letter saying tear it down. So I'm just saying the less government involvement is better.
Absolutely.
You're gonna build a $500,000 house, and the city's gonna send a letter saying, "Oh, we messed up, tear it down."
Right, but these are city properties. Once we sell them, they're gone, and
Absolutely.
there's no chance of them ever coming back to the city again.
And I'm fine with that because I don't think government should own land. I don't think they should have an abundance of land, abundance of leases. Less government involvement, in my opinion, is a lot better. Smaller government, less. I mean, just less things to worry about.
Absolutely, I agree with Josh on this. I don't like the idea. It doesn't settle well with me. Us wanting to take, because like you said, if I get sideways with the city of Fort Scott, let me tell you something. That could happen very fast. And then they say, well, you know what? We're going to take that away from you in 200 years. Your family's not going to own it. We're going to take your house. That's terrible. The city of Fort Scott hasn't done hardly anything at that lake in the last 50 years. They haven't touched it. And you can tell by our parks. You can tell by, no, that's not your fault, but you can tell by our parks. You can tell by everything. We haven't anything to do with it. Our property is probably the worst property out there. The people that have bought into it, they've invested into it, they've came into our community. It's brought so many families from north, east, west, and south, whichever directions they are, to this community. And it's because we're not got a bunch of rules. We don't have 200-year leases. You know, there was 99-year leases back in the day. But these things are selling like popcorn. We haven't done anything to that lake, and it's blown up. So the less we have our hands in that, the better. That's
Well,
what
I can
think.
see Matthew's point as well. I mean, I have relatives that own old cabins in national parks. And traditionally, there's always a concern over the disposition if something should happen or if something should be violated. But so he's got a valid point. regarding, some type of protection factor with the 200-year lease. But if we were going to not do that, then it kind of contradicts a little bit, I think. If you go back to what the Lake Advisory Board, requested, was that any dwellings built out there had to be only 1,100 square feet and stick built. Based on what's going in out there, is it possible that maybe they want to revisit then what the standards are for putting a structure out there beyond 1,100 feet?
Yeah, I think they had initially said 1,500 square feet, a minimum of 1,500 square feet. And then, we looked at a lot of there's a lot of mini homes, a lot of mini cabins and things like that. So we decided, I was a big push for not having a restriction because, again, more than likely somebody that spends $125,000 for a lot's not going to put a 900 square foot cabin on anyway. So I think that,
and I think that's something when we sell. I mean, that's something we decide. And I think that's what we talked about last time. Every time we sell, I mean, that's what the
We can
commission will
change
put
it.
clouds on the titles, and it can change. So if we feel like that needs to be changed, then we definitely discuss
I think
that.
it would be a good idea based on what the land values are out there and the size of the homes you're doing yourself, or property owners out there. Because let's say, I've got a $695,000 house out there. A guy buys a lot next to me, and he throws up what comparatively would be a shack
right,
next to it. So
they're all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the truth. I mean, I have those big homes all around me, and mine's not that great.
Yours not the biggest one out there.
No, never will be. Just a little old trailer.
It would just be nice to have a standard set of processes that we follow the same every time from here on out when it comes to these lake lots. So whatever
Sure.
we decide, we need to make sure that the standards that we're setting are the same and we apply them every time.
And this is what we did. I mean, when we sold these, we didn't put that 200-year lease into it. So I'd sure hate to start botching up now.
And if I had been here then, I would have made the same suggestion because I believe it gives the city an extra level of protection and an ability to make some enforcements that they otherwise can't make, especially when it deals with a property like the lake, which is supposed to be a water source for the city.
Sure.
Priority number one. So when we lose all of our ability to maintain any control out there at the lake, we've lost that. It's not something that's very easy to get back.
Sure, I agree with that
Yeah, I
100%.
don't
But
think
you
we'll
still
ever
got
lose control of
control.
the water.
You got control of the water.
And
You got control
so if you
20
did-
foot up the shore.
I'm
So you're always
just a
gonna
big
control that.
believer in less government, and to me that just seems more. I mean, I don't know.
But that I think that point is very valid. And you said it's a water source. So let's concentrate on the water and the 20 feet off the shore that we do say what goes on in that. If somebody come in there and started doing something wrong to our water storage, there would be a problem.
Because we all remember it wasn't too long ago that unfortunately people were dumping their septic straight into the lake. Now, for the most part, that's all been remedied.
Yeah, and the lake went down 4 foot that year. Thanks. It really did. That was crazy. So yeah, okay. So, man, you guys were heated up on that. Okay, so we'll get back in two weeks on that. We'll go take and Diane, we'll let you know if we decide to go out there all together. That way you can tell the public and notify them. That'd be great.
Have your people call.
Yeah, we'll all get our people together. Okay, Doug, back to you. Consideration of the RFPs for boat docks.
Okay, so you should have in your packet a RFP that I drafted for specifications for floating aluminum docks as you requested. So I would entertain any questions. And
so is there any questions on that? I got so lost in this, and I appreciate you writing this up, but I am glad I don't build boat docks because I thought, my goodness, there's...
Like you said at the last meeting, there's a lot of specifications that go into it, a lot of requirements by the state. There's a lot of, just things involved, weight and length and depth and flotation and
I just wondered if
capacities
I just wondered if some of these things wouldn't run off some potential bidders, like the bond requirements. I mean, maybe everybody agrees.
So most of that is just standard RFP practice,
right?
That's a standard RFP I've used at other municipalities that I've worked for. All I did was change the specifications and the scope of work. So
and that's standard on the indemnification as well.
That it's all. I mean, Bob can attest to that. It's a pretty standard thing that protects the city.
Yeah, because it looks like Bob wrote that paragraph M.
Thank you.
Man, it sounded like one of those commercials. If you take this pill, you might have all kinds of problems. There's just so much stuff on there.
Well, the thing that caught my eye, Doug, was, and as far as RFP goes, I do a lot of them in my line of work, and I think yours is all encapsulated. I think you did a great job on the RFP.
Mm-hmm.
The question I had was looking at the location of the docks that was in the RFP. It looked like there were four docks on
That
there.
is what was asked of the commission at the last meeting, was the 4 locations.
Wasn't four, because I thought it was
No.
3, and we were looking at getting potentially grants for 3 other fishing docks.
So
I bet it was 3.
Right.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
So the initial ask was 4, if I'm not correct in that.
The initial ask was 5, I believe.
Right.
We talked about 5 docks, and then we said, let's talk about replacing the ones that were already there. And that's when we said, okay, there was one here.
Yeah, at the last commission meeting, I think those are the 4 locations that you had specified.
They are. But we had talked about, and we could possibly, as a matter of fact, they're not, Doug. One of them is off.
Well, that's what we talked about last week, but yeah, the one on the northeast side probably shouldn't be on there. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's never been one there.
Well,
It's,
there was one there. It was just around the loop a little bit. And that's more up by Scortino Park where people use.
So
it was down the hole where we just sold the lot. Was where the dock used to be.
In the specifications that I wrote out, there is some variance that's allowed in the locations that we can move them, just based on what you guys like. If you want them, 100 feet over, or you want it in this cove instead of that cove, that's something that we can approach, and it's covered in the specifications.
Then where would were we still going to look as far as fishing docks goes? That's going to have grants on those.
Yes.
And where would they be located at? In relation to the ones that are here?
That would be up in the air for when the grant comes in, when we apply for it. But I will say that a grant is a matching grant. Is the Fish and Wildlife, it does a matching grant. So any monies that we're going to look at getting a grant for, we should set aside and have that for when the grant lets and when the award is made, so that we're not applying for a grant and then when the grant is awarded, we don't have a match for it.
Now, as far as these docks go, not to jump too far ahead, but on the discussion of the lake fund money that's out there, and then part of your Lake Fort Scott project list that's further down the line, it does list addition of floating docks to designated areas. So I'm assuming that these docks here would be.
These docks are the docks on that list.
Yeah, docks on that list. So out of that initial fund that was established, that would pull down money from that resource.
Yes.
So these docks are kind of, I'm just going to explain for the people in the crowd or whatever, also as well. These docks here, Doug, and correct me if I'm wrong, but right here is our park, and I believe you have the 2 blue dots somewhere. Could you point here where these 2 blue dots would be here on this map? Because that thing is so tiny.
One would be near the swimming area.
Right. Right.
And one would just be farther down in this cove.
Okay. For you were thinking see, we didn't talk about this one. That one, yes, we said by the beach. And the other one was down in where they fish all the time. There used to be a dock down in this area. There was, when you go past the Mile Road and you come back in there, in one of these little nooks, I don't know whether it was here. Yeah, maybe in here.
I think they were both at one time.
Yeah, they had one here and here. So wherever that road.
The location really is not going to affect the RFP or the specifications any. So,
Right.
Like I said, in there I did specify that we could change the location, and the bidders would know that the location could change.
Right.
And we did talk about the 2 fishing docks being the ones that we were going to go out for grants on.
Right.
So those coves that you're talking about, those are the ones.
Those fishing docks.
Yeah, we're going to ask.
Yeah, here and here is
They
where it
are
actually is.
completely different RFP because they don't have the cleats and the bumpers and all that.
Right.
So what I did in the RFP was I made the handrails and the fishing accessories a separate line item, as well as the cleats and the bumpers, so that you could pick and choose. Like if you want to accept a bid with or without those items, you could make it a fishing dock, or you could make it a swimming dock, or you could make it a boating dock based on what options you pick out of the RFP. So that it covers us you get a bid now. If the bid is good in 90 days, we can use this same RFP when we go out for fishing docks, or if the process is lengthy enough that it goes into when the grant is available, we can still use the same bids for the grant. Or we could take 2 of the docks that we get bids on and use those for the grant to get to more, or to help pay for part of the cost.
Any other questions?
So the only other thing I'll point out was the dates in the RFP are with your approval tonight. If it's tabled for 2 weeks, then we'd have to change the dates on the RFP to, whenever you guys would like it to go out or accept the bids.
No.
So-
I would make a motion to go out for the RFP, the understanding of, based on, the one of the future topics on here, that procurement of these docks would come out of the established Lake Capital Improvement Fund.
Sure.
And, worst case scenario is if we think it's too high, we can vote no. So I'd make a motion to approve going out for the RFP on the docks.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hickey.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Next thing Doug's going to talk about is consideration of a mower for Lake Fort Scott.
All right. So what you had asked last time, I asked that we could maybe use some of the lake money that's set aside for procuring a mower that we do need at the lake for maintenance and upkeep. So you had asked to draft an RFP. So
Yeah, I recall that now because I said that's still a city park, so
Right.
that could possibly come out of regular city money.
it could, but there is no capital improvement money for a mower out at the lake.
Was this on
specifically.
the capital improvement for this year?
Yeah, a few things were taken out of the capital improvement equipment. So this was one of them that didn't make it into the final budget.
And something I didn't ask last time, do we have an equipment list of what we have so we know, like when we're doing this, you say we need this so we can see what items we have?
So
how
for
they
at
are.
the lake,
Just
or
in
just in
general.
general.
Can
I mean,
we-
we do have an equipment list for the different facilities, like the golf course has an equipment list. The gun park has an equipment list.
Right out the lake, you've got a tractor and a brush hog. Is that right?
It's a tractor and it's a pull behind. It's a bush hog brand,
Right.
but it's a wide area mower. But
Okay,
that's it.
so I'm going to suggest this for the commission. I think if we could direct Kelly to direct the directors, direction, but get us an equipment list from the golf course, from the lake, from Public Works, from everything. That way we all know what we own.
I would think we'd have one for insurance purposes anyway. So
We've
I know
provided
asked-
the equipment list with serial numbers and everything. I think every year we.
You do? Okay, could you get us a copy of that? Thank you,
So-
Brad.
Currently, the lake employee kind of borrows mowers from other departments from different facilities to kind of,
Sure.
a zero turn because he doesn't have one. So
What do we use for mowing the dam area?
So the dam we usually mow with a zero turn. It's either we borrow the one from the airport or the golf course provides one of their incline mowers that it's made for mowing on hills and things like that. So that's generally the one he uses.
How much mowing's done at the airport?
Hmm?
You know how much mowing's done at the airport? I mean, is it
I
tough?
don't. I know before I took over parks in the lake, the airport used the lake mower, the tractor, and their zero turn. They drove it out there and they maintained it with a lake employee. When the change was made, when Jeremy was here, he changed it into the parks department, and the lake became under my purview. The airport kept the zero turn as part of they needed it for their maintenance purposes, and we got the tractor and the truck. So, but the employees that were shared were not shared after that.
Is that something? I know that's something we've talked about
It's
before.
part of the separation, and we've talked after that change to build into the budget for different things that need to come back in, and some things get taken out. And
I know we've talked before about how each department sometimes says, "Hey, this is ours," and
yeah, each department is a little
Yeah, so I
protective
didn't
of their
know-
equipment. And
is there? I mean, would it save money if we could just keep using the airport mower? I mean, is it utilized all the time, or?
so we do use it. There is some logistics involved as far as when they're using, when they're not using it, when we can use it, when we can't use it. Like I said, the lake employee, we've borrowed, I think, every department's mowers. We've borrowed one from the parks. The golf course lends it a lot just because that employee is under me, so I can say, okay, well, I know what we're using at the golf course today or not. But it's just a matter of, coordinating that, borrowing of an equipment with other departments, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't.
Now,
So-
what about, I know we're not going to talk about this till number 8.
Yeah.
What about sending this out for bid as well with whoever we're going to have mowing all the bidding for all the city lots? Why not have them give us a bid for mowing out there at the lake as well?
Yeah, and that's a good point because, if you've been out there, you know how rocky the terrain is. Matter of fact, I was talking about that with Brad earlier. And I'm assuming that the consideration of part-time labor for Fort Scott Lake, a lot of that would be mowing
Yes.
on this new piece of equipment.
Yes.
Well, in town, for all of the homes where we have issues, instead of hiring a city employee, that's contracted out.
Mhm.
So why not look at contracting that out as well? I know that looking at the new employee, it says that they're recommending like $10 an hour. Well, I talked with Brad about that, and that guy's actually gonna make about $3 an hour after everything comes out of it. So, have you looked at maybe piggybacking the mowing at the lake? Then when they're out there and they're hitting that limestone and those blades are getting torn up, the contractor has to replace them and not us, as opposed to.
So the only thing I will point out with that is control. So if we have events out at the lake, if we have, we lose the control of when we send employees out and what they get to do and what they're required to do. And then if it gets behind, then what recourse does the city have to go to that contractor and say, you need to catch up and you need to maintain the lake to our standard with our other departments?
But I think though that you already have, what was the 3/4 time employee
Yes.
out there that does that?
Yes.
And that person couldn't focus on that particular area you needed for that event. I'm just trying to think on how to save money on buying new equipment, hiring another employee, and so on and so forth. And like I said, when I talked to Brad, that rate of $10 an hour.
Right. The city has some carrying costs involved in that as well.
Carrying cost in there as well. I would like to see, to Matthew's point, seeing, the city's kind of at the mercy for what we have to look at in town. And I know there were issues last year with how well the mowing contractors that we had hired weren't getting the job done. So if we're gonna hire somebody to mow just down at the lake, why wouldn't we do the same service for the folks that live in the city and have the city employee taking care of these lots as well, or maybe get a couple of them, and yeah, one can support the one guy out at the lake, but that we can potentially get our overgrown properties done in a more timely manner, because I know you said you guys would be at the mercy of the contractor, but we're at the mercy of the contractor
Right
here in town as well. So,
But I mean, with the contractor, if it's not getting done, the city should have the right to go straight to that contractor.
Right.
And say, if you don't get it
Well,
done, we'll hire somebody else to do it.
So I will say that, say it's going to rain. I'm just going to give you some examples here of what we do out at the lake, what we do at the golf course, what we do at La Roche, what we do at all the different facilities is shared employees. So if it's going to rain and we have events or things at La Roche, we throw employees out. We go out there before it rains, we get it taken care of. We go out to the lake, we share employees, we get it taken care of. We do the same thing at the golf course. Pull employees, get it taken care of before events and things like that. That's the flexibility we have of, sharing employees, sharing equipment, things like that, add to our flexibility so that we can take care of things before they happen. So in a contractor situation, they may not think ahead of, hey, this is going to happen out at the lake, or it's going to rain 3 days from now, so I need to mow X amount of lawns in town. I wouldn't want to put us in the situation where the lake gets set aside.
I think
when
one
we
thing
have
you
complete
do
control
when you
of
bid
it.
it out, though, you can say, hey, within 24 hours,
Yeah.
no one going in, you have to.
And that's all in
But
how
I
you
would-
guys write the
It brings up
contract.
the whole thing. I would love, Kelly, if you could put up some numbers on Riverfront, Gun Park, the lake, all the stuff we mow, and actually get an actual number of what it costs us each year to mow. And if we bid it all out, we can have numbers side by side.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna, for the sake of my crew that I maintain, what happens to those employees when you contract out their work?
Well, I mean, we have plenty. I mean, how many? We have
lots of
100
work.
employees. We
Brad,
got a
we
lot
have
of
openings?
We-
not
Has
now.
done too good of a job. Well, no, and honestly, that's
Well,
that's-
I just look at it
that's
from
the tough part
my
about
lake
business.
employee
I
is
mean,
a 3/4 time employee with
No.
health insurance, and I know
No.
he's retired and everything, but
No, yeah.
we're going to
we
contract
get
out
that,
his
but
job
as-
and now tell him, oh, well, sorry.
No,
Well,
I'm
no,
not suggesting
as-
we replace him at all. I'm suggesting that we go out for a bid on certain areas that we need mowed.
Yeah.
Just to compare what it's gonna cost to contract it out as opposed to
Maybe-
hire the additional.
But to your
employee.
point, it's our job to find
I-
the best financial for the citizens.
I totally understand
And
it.
so
I just-
sometimes tough decisions are made,
Right.
but we have to at least look at it. What I mean, it might come back and say that's way off, but that's what we're tasked with is trying to find ways to.
I
save
totally
money for
understand that,
citizens.
but I have to go to bat for my employees.
Well,
Absolutely.
Yeah, nope, understand.
And
that.
and we're the same. We
But-
have to get, we're going to bat for the citizens.
But I think what Tim
We're
was
not
saying
gonna get
is,
them doing it.
I think Tim was saying you're getting ready to ask for another employee, so obviously there's enough work, and so maybe
Right.
that's
Oh,
what,
absolutely.
you know, and if we bid out part of it, and
Right.
then so you don't.
I
have to hire
totally
more
understand
people,
your
so-
perspective. I just want to put it out there that
And like I said, with
I'm
the
protective of my guys. So.
If with a 3/4 employee, like you said, if you knew you were going to have an event in a particular spot,
Mhm.
plus you say in other cases already, you all kind of pull together to get
Yeah.
that area done that needs to be done. But again, I think it can be a bitter pill for the folks that live in town and pay taxes. If they're waiting weeks for these overgrown lots that have been decided to get mowed, but we've got 1 3/4 bodies out there making sure that the lake is nice and groomed. And trust me, I go out to the lake and I love the shortcut grass. But again, I remember coming in, sitting in on the meetings last year when we were having fits over our current contracted mowers.
Well,
for these lots.
And I think Mark and Brad and them have been working hard on this and got some ideas to help with the lots this year that you're going to be talking about tonight, right? And, you know, one of the concepts that I said earlier is it doesn't hurt to have both. You know, you could contract it out, get the prices. If we need them, we need them. If we don't, we don't. If everything's going good, we're handling it ourselves.
Yeah,
we don't
that's
need
all I'm
you.
asking is that we get a quote just to look at them side by side.
It
and
never
be
hurts
able
to get
say,
numbers for anything.
Like Kevin and I have talked before, you know, we'd almost rather do it all in house instead of contract. It's funny, you go in cycles about every 20 years. You know, you do it for so long, then you're like, we need to bid this out. Then after 20 years, like, we need to do this in house, and that's just the way it's always worked. It's just the way it does.
Right.
Well,
so-
and in-house, we have control over why didn't these 6 lots get mowed today?
Right. And
You
and I will say at the lake, Tim, when you was talking about the lots at the lake, we worked that Rick pretty hard last year. I mean, I was out there to witness it, and he was picking up trash. There's ungodly amounts of garbage, you know, and that's going to be great. We got to get those cameras. Those cameras have to be up at that campground because so much bad stuff happens at that lake. Doug could tell you right now. You know, we got the whole place is tore up right now because once that snow hit, here come the 4-wheel drives and they cut donuts. They just tore the whole place up. If we had cameras for instance, on the east side of the lake, on the back of that sign that's there, that would kill every bit of the donuts there. A camera up in Scortino Park, maybe 2 cameras over in the regular park. I mean, you're gonna kill a lot of that mischievous. And you know, I think that on as far as the mowing, Rick was picking up trash. He was mowing. He was doing all this stuff, and he was really getting overworked in that one area. Plus, trying to take care. I think he was in the airport too. He wasn't mowing the airport.
Nope.
Was
he
he just
only
the lake?
doing the lot.
Yeah.
Well,
Lake was all he did.
One advantage on the contracting side though too. I mean, so Brad, in this proposal that's actually the next item on here about that other employee, it says $10 an hour. Now this is a 40-hour-a-week person, even though it's seasonal. What is the city obligated to provide that individual as far as everything from workman's compensation above and beyond that, insurance, both health insurance as well as liability insurance?
Well, everything you just said. So if it's one, you're not going to hire anybody for $10 an hour. You might as well just forget that. So let's just say 12 to 13. You add probably $7 or $8 more an hour for their benefits. So now you're talking $21 to $22 an hour times 40 hours times how long they're going to work.
Are you saying the benefits are 50%? Because the number I was always given was 27%.
No,
It used to be. They are higher.
It's
That was
higher.
last year.
Yeah, between your insurance, you've got your insurance match, you've got your workman's comp.
Do you do that for seasonal? You do capers or
If they work so many hours, if it's a full-time employee, yes. So what we could do, just listening in, is get you 2 worksheets for a contract for all positions versus what we would pay a full-time member. One thing I would say is, yes, you could contract certain areas. The lake, you possibly could contract that. Gun Park, I would not contract that because it's a pride factor.
And the golf
You know,
course.
golf course definitely.
Did you hear that, Kevin?
Because
Brad said no pride out the lake. Gun Park and
read between the lines. But it's a pride factor for those parks to show. Now, are you going to have your contract people go out and clean up trash and clean up your lake? No, you're going to need somebody out there still. So to mow it and do all the heavy stuff, possibly get a contract person. But
How many
you're still
mowers-
going to need what we've got.
How many mowers do you think the city owns?
Mowers?
The actual mower, yeah.
I'll have to
Because it
look.
seems like we have one for the parks, the one for Riverfront, one for. So why don't we just have one guy that just mows each of those? Each of those people. Well, no, we have two parks people, three parks people that mow. We have Rick that mows. We have, you said the airport guy mows.
No,
There's
he's talking-
five right there.
He's talking about having one person mow everything.
I don't think one person could.
Well, two people,
I
whatever.
don't think two people could, because there's three in Gun Park now, and they mow all city properties in town. They mow
And some in
City
town.
Hall. You have one person that just mows Riverfront. All blue, that's all he does. And then Chris Turtelot and Norm Mackley at Gun Park, they maintain Gun Park and all city properties.
Right.
So two people won't mow all the city property.
Well, I mean, whatever the number is. I mean, right now you have people mowing and doing other stuff. Nothing against wages, but you are paying some people $20-some an hour to mow when they should be maintaining, doing maintenance and stuff like that. So why don't you hire someone a little bit cheaper to
Summer
mow
crew.
and the higher pay, pay them what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, most of them guys don't want to be mowing when they have things to be doing, especially making $20-some an hour.
Well, and they do all those things and then.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good point. But your Gun Park guys in the summer, they don't just mow. I mean, you got to be realistic on that. They don't just mow.
That's what
now,
I'm saying.
I know what,
They all mow and do other things,
Yes.
right? So why don't you just have a dedicated person mowing, not mowing and doing other things? Because you're paying someone $20 an hour to mow and do other things, but you can probably get a mower cheaper.
At the lake.
He's talking about a person.
He's
Okay.
What Josh is talking about is having basically what I told you earlier about the crews on the street department, but having a mower crew.
Right.
Two people on a designated truck going around mowing.
Yeah, I think that's what Josh is asking for. If we had I'm just envisioning a 16-foot trailer like we have with two mowers on it, and you got these, $10, $12 an hour guys like you're talking about going and doing this. That's their job, and that relieves the other employees that are your higher paid individuals to do that way more projects we get done. I think this is Kelly. We can, Kelly's
Release
kind of
him to
getting
take a look at it.
I think Kelly's getting a feel for what we're talking about.
I think once we get the equipment list, and maybe we only have two mowers now. I'm assuming we have probably 6 or 7 mowers on the city, maybe more. The city owns.
I'm saying, I understand one thing that he's saying though, with the amount of grass that you've got to cut, you're not going to have two guys that can cut.
I was just saying a number.
Right, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take.
Whatever the number is, you have someone dedicated doing one thing, you're going to be working quicker than, hey,
Right.
I got to jump off and now go fix a toilet.
Right.
I got to mow, then I got to jump off and go fix a light.
But you might have to have 4 or 5 guys if they're going to mow all that every
Yeah,
week.
whatever that number is, that's
Right.
fine. Yeah.
Well, and in addition to that, again, just to make sure that everything's getting done, whichever way we decide to go. I know we're going to look at what it would be to contract it out to somebody.
Right.
I would like to make sure that the properties that need to be mowed that are out of codes within town is done the same way.
Right.
Because to Doug's point, we were at the same, we were held hostage by the guys that had it last year that several
not mow.
commission meetings, they said it wasn't getting done. So.
So with that being said, however you go with it, if you want to contract it out, that's great.
I would still say that we
The-
need to
the
make a
RFP
motion for you
is
to
just-
go out and find out what a mower costs.
Right.
I will motion that you go out and find out what the mowers cost. Put the RFP out on the mower.
And that will benefit if you want to do this mowing crew,
Yeah,
you'll
even if
have
we
an
wanna
idea
buy
of
one
what a
for
mower would
here in
cost
town, yes.
to outfit
We
those
still need
mowers.
to know how much they cost.
Right.
And do we know what you're looking at mower wise?
Yeah, there's the specifications in the RFP, outlines everything.
Right.
Deck size, mower size, horsepower.
Mark and I talked about it. It's diesel.
Yes.
For what he's proposing for the lake, yes.
Okay.
Because you need that power to get up.
So my thought is this is the exact same specs, pretty close to the same mower that was purchased last year for Gun Park. So me and being the director of the different facilities, if every facility had similar equipment, then you save money on parts, you save money on repairs, you save money on training, because every mower is identical. So if we got to the point where each facility had sister equipment, where you could take an employee from one facility to the next, they can hop on a mower and mow without any training other than the beginning training that they got. If Gun Park needs a blade, we have a blade. If they need a belt, we have a belt. If we need a belt, they have a belt.
I
Everybody
understand.
shares equipment. So
If you run Caterpillar, you run Caterpillar. I get the whole concept. I'm just saying, we can get some high dollar mowers. Then you can also, my concern is again budgetary, staying within our means.
Exactly.
Because I know you can get into some high dollar mowers.
You can.
20,
That is true. You can.
It seemed like last year, maybe I'm wrong. Did the specs limit the amount of people bidding? Did we only come back with one bidder? Because
There were two. There were three last year. Two or three.
I thought there was two.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Pete Allen. This is to go out for bid for a mower at the lake. Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hickey.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Number 5 was consideration of part-time labor for the lake. I think we've been discussing that. So do we want to make a motion or have a little time to discuss that, or give direction to Kelly?
Maybe we want to.
I think you want to
Table
this
that
together with your
until
mowing
we get,
employee kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to see what the contracted price would be. And like I said, I think $10 an hour is too low.
It was the lowest on the
pay scale.
The pay scale that was adopted at the last meeting. So that's generally how we work with the golf course employees, the seasonal employees. That's what this person would be seasonal only, like April through October. On rain days and things like that, they would go home. We would limit their hours. The state of Kansas requires that we keep their hours below 1,000 hours for the year.
What's
if they go over 23 hours a week, stuff like that.
What's our yearly? I would like to look at our yearly for the payout, retirement, all that, and see compared to that. Like, I don't know what it is.
So
1,020 or
seasonal employees are not offered capers. Seasonal employees are not offered health insurance. Okay. So the carrying cost on a seasonal employee at $10 an hour would be a little less than, say, a full-time 40-hour week capers, health insurance, and things like that.
I mean, even if they're working 40 hours a week, we don't have to do health
Because we limit
insurance
to per state of Kansas, and Brad can either back me up or shoot me down on this. They can't make over 1,000 hours for the season before we have to offer them those other benefits.
You can't average more than 32 hours a week. Per acre.
Yeah, average. So if they're only working April through October at limited, 40 hours, but like I said, they don't work holidays. They don't get overtime. They don't get, the holiday pay for working holidays like some of the full-time employees. So there's some cost savings in there that are factored in. This is just, to give a dollar figure to it at 40 hours a week, 27 weeks.
How long would it take to get kind of a steady comparison of those? Because I understand that in Doug's behalf and for Parks and Recs that, it's not going to happen anytime in the next few weeks, but eventually the grass is going to start growing. And I'd like to make a motion to table it just until we get a little bit more information back on both of them.
is this budgeted?
No. And that was one of the things we talked about at the last commission meeting is the mower and this employee is not budgeted. So I was asking to use the lake money that is set aside just for this year, and then maybe we could put it in the budget for next year, because these items were asked for at the previous budget and they were taken out just because of whatever reason.
I'll second Tim's motion.
Yeah. That's why we're having.
I'd like to approve or disapprove as soon as possible, so as soon as we can get that.
And I don't have a problem with taking it out of the lake fund. I mean, that's okay.
And it would just be this time. So if you sell more lots,
There's nothing left in there.
Yeah. That's why we're selling more, Tim. Here it comes.
No.
Are there any golf course lots?
Josh Jones. Yes. Tim Van Hickey.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. On the next Doug list is consideration of RFQs for engineering firm for the Fort Scott Lake valve. Is this the primary valve or secondary valve?
It is the only valve.
Right, but we've had discussion in the past a year ago when we had the situation with our valve being stuck.
It is that valve.
Do what?
That is the valve.
Yeah. So our discussion with that valve was we don't want to be in that situation again.
Exactly.
So we probably, I know valves are high. They're somewhere around the $20,000 mark. I don't know if there's refurbished valves, but I'm guessing there probably is refurbished valves. I don't know.
So I don't want to cut you off, but
you did.
There are grants available for this type of thing. So the Land Water Conservation Fund has grants available. I've talked with our Bourbon County Ready people about that. And so that is a possibility that we could use this project and get a grant for it. But I will say it's a matching grant. So any funds that we're looking at procuring the grant for, we would have to set aside for when the grant comes and lets.
Sure.
So it's just, it would tie up some of that lake money. They say, okay, well, we're going to spend whatever it is on proposed or estimates for the valve replacement.
Sure. So what I was saying was, when we look into this, let's look into a secondary valve as well. That way we don't go through that situation ever again. That is our water. And if we have a boo-boo, it could screw a lot of things up. So the thing, if we're talking about the valve we already have in place, and this is a layman question, why do we need engineering to replace a part?
That would be an engineer question.
So, I mean, we have a valve in place. It has to be replaced. Are there companies that replace the valve, or do you have to engineer how they're going to go down there and undo their bolts and put the same valve in there?
Well, part of the reason you'd want engineering involved is that valve is old. It's 50, 60 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So any requirements based on the use of the lake, the dam, different requirements may apply. So we want to make sure that's covered. And then I like your idea. A secondary valve should be included as well, so that maintenance on the primary can be done and not have such a big issue with that blocking that water. So
And the secondary valve can be something as simple as a gate valve, in my opinion.
it could. It's a big. I mean, it's 24-inch pipe.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I don't necessarily like the gate valve for that, but
Well, for a secondary, I'm just saying,
it's feasible.
if we can save
'Cause you're not using it all the time.
$15,000 by having a slider valve for a secondary, I'm all in on that. So,
Yeah, a resilient wedge valve is probably reasonable.
Right.
Is that something we need to get engineered for the secondary valve?
It's still, because you got to, again, you're working on the dam or by the dam, and it's your main control pipe outfall. So, you want to consider a lot of things to consider.
And you're going to go out. We're going for requests for proposals for engineering.
Yeah, so it'll be, I'll look at it. Other firms can look at it as
Right.
well. So,
Well, sharpen your pencil, because that sounds like an easy project to me. I think I might bid on this deal.
Yeah, you can bid.
I've drove a train. I'm an engineer. Yeah, Home Depot's got those little white ones. You
can glue those in place, right?
So does Big Sugar, everyone. So, okay. So is there a motion to go out for I'll entertain a motion. To go out for engineering for the lake valve. I'll make the motion if no one else will make it.
I second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
No.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Up next, discussion of upgrades at Fort Scott Lake.
It's just that single sheet of paper that was in there.
So one thing you guys asked me at the last meeting was like a priority list or a project list. And so you should have it in front of you. And I kind of broke it down by the different items and what's required for the different items. And so you could pick and choose out of the list of, hey, I want, electric and not sewer, or let's work on water. And so it's kind of prioritized, but that priority list is at your discretion. So some of the items that are at the bottom of the list, like dock expansion and things like that, are getting, RFPs and things for now. We could go and get RFPs for other items. I'm working with Jason with this list to get better estimates on each individual item instead of the grand scheme and scope of the Taj Mahal is.
You're working with Jason again? Does that mean there could be a casino and a restaurant on this one?
Here he goes.
Yeah. Ferris wheel, hotel, that kind of thing.
Mike, I do have something I want to bring up, and again, Doug, great job. I think you've really laid this out well. But I just, with some of these projects come to fruition, there are a couple of things I wanted to remind the commission of, and that's at the December 21st meeting. We did still ask for a return on investment study for the lake. The Smart Growth Committee and the Lake Advisory Board. I know the Lake Advisory Board is still short a couple of people, but that is something that passed 3-2 at that day, so I don't want sight of that to be lost. The other thing is I did also go back to the minutes of last year when we first established the Lake Fund, and I believe the agreement in the original resolution would be for the sale of the first 4 lots that are out there, which, based on the price we got, I think the highest price was around $120,000. It's about $480,000.
131.
Yeah, okay, 131. But still, it's still at 500,000.
Sure. Well,
yeah.
by the time we get money in
Yeah.
pocket, less than that. But
Yeah.
450.
So concern is, I do think it's important to prioritize because that's kind of like on the sale of these lots. We said let's do the first 4 lots. We should raise about $500,000, but now we've got to take out docks out of that and a zero turn more in these other projects. So when you look at items that I think would benefit not only the lake but the citizens of Fort Scott, and I'm shocked that it's pretty far down the list. Maybe you didn't put them in any specific order on here.
Yes and no.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing that comes to mind for me right out of the gate is pavilion rehab,
Right.
and then the ADA access.
Yeah, I don't think in my opinion, he didn't put him in any sort
Well,
of list.
no,
That's why I said you guys can prioritize the list however you want. Like I said, the dock expansion, is out to RFP now.
Yeah.
I have like the guttering. I've gotten quotes for that. I didn't include them in this, but I am getting quotes for that. Some of the roof work, my crew can do. The painting, the interior and exterior, the lake crew can do that.
Another concern that I have on this as we move forward, especially as we get into some of the, the electric or water, if those projects do progress as well, is I know we can say we can use city employees, but that's also a concern to me because there's still a cost associated with doing that. There's still fuel cost, equipment wear and tear, hourly wages, and everything else that goes with the use of city employees.
Sure. And to that point, go back to that, we have city employees that are well trained in areas such as this, laying pipe. One individual I'm thinking of right now that did that most of his life. And he could be, doing projects of that nature while we had the other ones on the mowers. I mean, that's kind of what he was getting at. So we have very good employees right now.
No, and I don't think the question is the quality of the employees. I think the question is the funds. Then we're paying city employees to be working on lake projects that are supposed to be lake projects that are supposed to be paid out of the money from the sales of these lots.
And that's fine. We're working on lake projects on city property.
Okay.
You realize that?
But if we're
No, I
pulling,
understand that.
pulling anybody off of like street projects
No.
or items like that, that's a concern.
Yeah, no, the individual, this is just speaking, the individual that does your mowing at the lake worked for a water company for 30 years. So,
That individual did help with we got a
Absolutely.
quote from Aurora Water to get their line to a specific location, and without that lake employee's help, would have been twice as much.
Yeah.
Because he knew where the water lines were, he knew where the access was, so he was instrumental in getting a lower cost from Aurora Water.
So all my major 2 points I wanted to make, Doug, and again, I love the way this is laid out. I'm glad to hear it's not prioritized in any particular order. But the initial budget was, for these lake improvements, was based off of the sale of 4 lots. And I think boat docks on average we talked about could be around $11,000 a piece. So that knocks it down, and then you get into a lawnmower and you get into everything else. I think it is important that the remaining items, in whichever way we decide to go, we prioritize those in a way, and maybe the commission has a working session on it.
Absolutely.
As
I
far
like
as
that.
what's important, because to me, if it's going to be something everybody can enjoy, I say
Shelter
that
house.
pavilion, ADA, and if we can cheapen up doing, the boat trailer parking or whatever. But I just want to remind the commission of what that original agreement was, and that those funds now
Sure.
are starting to tick down. So when we get into something like running major water line projects and electrical, those are items that might have to be pushed
Tim-
back depending on how they're prioritized.
Absolutely. And Tim, I'll remind you also when you're talking about that meeting, we said that we would, we originally the agreement was going to be any land sold to the lake would go towards the lake. And then I said, let us prove ourselves by selling these first 4 lots and showing you what we can do with that money. And then we'll make a decision at that point in time if the next lots go to the lake as well.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at on that. And that's what's, I think your idea of a work session, 100%.
But right now, from my perspective, this wish list of items that we want to do are based off of that original allocation the commission voted on.
Sure.
And it would be nice if after the sale of the next lots, that the city taxpayers that pay the taxes for that property out the lake, be it either for roads or whatever else, see some return within inside the city limits. So I had that, and I would love to do a work session on this with Doug and you or other commissioners or whoever. But I also still would like to hear something from the smart growth folks that work with you and Jason on that additional plan as well.
Smart Growth is going to have a meeting,
March
I believe.
28th, I believe.
March 28th. So what's a good time after March 28th? Say April, I don't know, what's a Thursday night or something to where we can schedule a meeting. Let's schedule a meeting where we can talk a week or so after the Smart Growth meets. And that way we got their thoughts and wishes, and then we can put a package together of most important down to least important.
Because then we'd have to go out and get bids on the most important all over again, because what the initial one was we got back.
Those were estimates.
I'm not looking at anybody over there.
I'm going to stand in front of Jason and just say what he proposed to us were just estimates. They were not bids.
Right.
There was not an RFP.
I agree completely, Doug. But again, you have to pardon me because I always keep this stuff and dig it up. The original plan from the lake.
2.6.
Right.
No.
No, he's the original list from the.
We're going to level campsites, and we're going to, drastic difference between the two. So I still think that needs to be reworked.
Well, and you're exactly right. We discussed that with Jason as soon as it happened. We was all like, whoa, we built something.
That's why I devised this new list. Is it kind of breaks each of the projects out into smaller projects that could be picked and choose from. Like if you want to do, tent camping or whatnot, that kind of will take the overall, finance question of, $2.6 million and put it down into 10 and 12, $20,000 projects.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to shut it down. Don't get me wrong. Because believe it or not, though, at the same token, you would have thought as many times as if I brought it up that people would be beating me to death saying, "Why don't you want to campground at the lake?" I haven't gotten any of those calls. Matter of fact, I've actually had calls from people that live at the lake that say, "I'm not sure if I want more boats out here or not because this is kind of my happy place out here."
Well, that's absolutely true. But again, I hear that a lot. Well, we're going to overpopulate this lake, and there's going to be more boats, and we can't handle any more boats. And I know we're on the YouTube and everything else, but I've been at that lake a lot, and we can handle more boats. It's not the people that live on that lake that have the boats on that lake. It's the people from this community that go out there and enjoy it.
Well, I think that's what you're saying. I mean, the citizens of Fort Scott utilize that lake a lot. And so
absolutely.
Not just the people who live out there, I realize live out there and they're very important, but the people inside city limits use that a lot.
I would say the people that live at that lake don't utilize it.
Well, and that's
most
why,
part.
Josh, I would say if you want to start looking at prioritizing, and we can do that in a work session, what's going to be done first. I think not everybody in Fort Scott owns a boat, so I think anything we can do to improve the shelter house area and
absolutely
and the beach and those type of items would actually benefit everybody, to include weekend campers that come out there.
I mean, I'd love to get the pavilion reworked before summer, but
and and I think we can do that. I think we can make that happen. Yep. Well, I hope not.
That's good. I mean, I'll make a motion that the City Commission and Doug Guns and others, we put together a work session regarding prioritization of projects at the lake.
Can we go ahead and have that work session before we even talk to the Smart Growth Committee? I mean, we're in charge of this.
We can have it, but I still want to see, Smart Growth. I think this is a product as well. Of the Smart Growth folks right here. Mm-hmm. And I like to take pride in business as well as a representative of the folks at Fort Scott and spending their money like it was my own money.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, we've already heard from the Smart Growth folks. That's what they said. We suggest doing this. Now we take it as the commission, as the leaders, and we prioritize it and we scale it back to what we can afford. Just
especially
like
on the stuff that's already out there.
Just like I'm gonna use one thing as an example. The 152, I think it was like $500,000 boat parking area. No, we come back down and we put good gravel on the area where they've always parked. And we said it's the cutout. What if there's a flood? Never going to happen. It's been there for 50 years. We have never crossed that bridge. I say we keep the boat parking where it is to save money. We just make it look better with gravel.
And I don't care if it's smart group or who it is, but we did vote for, I provided what I foresaw as a return on investment for the taxpayers.
Right.
And I know, like the golf course and other things, you're not
Swimming
always
pool,
you're not
buck
always
run.
going to get where you want to be. But to now, nobody has provided me, other than what I put together, as far as what it's going to cost us, as far as what are we going to get, because it's not just the installation of the stuff, it's the continuing ongoing maintenance of it as well, for which we don't have that number. And again, I would have loved to have seen at least the opportunity for possibly the free market to work, and see if we could put out an RFP that somebody want to come out and
Right.
we could lease the land to them, put a campground in, and then we're not doing maintenance on it. We're collecting a lease on it. We don't have to insure it. But
And I think that, the return on investment, we can argue about that all day long, but
If we voted, or I wasn't here, if y'all voted on the 21st for a return on investment study, where's that study? Has it been done? Who's in charge of doing it? Why hasn't it been done?
I think it was an ask. I don't think it was voted on.
no, it was voted on.
It was.
Yeah, it was. And let's see, they can look it up. December 21st at the 1 hour 21 minute mark. Tim Van Hookie, yes. Randy Nichols, yes. Pete Allen, yes. Commissioner Allen and Mayor Jones, no. So it's out there on the YouTube if anybody wants to look.
So who's in charge of doing that study? How do we get that done?
that I don't know. It didn't say
Well,
anything about who.
I think it would have been the Lake Advisory Committee, because if you look at their ordinance right here, says here, the Lake Advisory Board shall make recommendations and reports to the governing body on all matters within a reasonable time after such request is made by the governing body. And I know I brought this request up a couple of times in commission meetings and haven't gotten. The only product I have right now, Mr. Mayor, is the one that I generated, and to this point, nobody has refuted the numbers that I.
Right. Well, I'm going to tell you, and you're right. I mean, there's probably. And what was yours saying? It was going to lose money. It was going to.
After 10 years, based on what the initial plan.
He was basing off the inflated numbers from
off the 2.6.
No. I was basing it off of the original plan that had come in before the inflated numbers, and based on the number of campsites and amenities that were projected after 10 years, not counting maintenance on the $500,000 investment that was discussed during the project. It was going to be about $40,000 behind, and I've got those numbers. I mean, I can share them with you guys again.
Right.
But my concern more than just that, Kevin, is just not that. Is I'd really like to get an understanding of what the maintenance of those items could end up being for us long term. I'm not saying I don't want a campground out there, but I want to make sure that we're all involved and we take it step by step.
And obviously done a lot of preparation, thought about it. What ROI are you kind of looking for to make it where you are for it?
Well, I would like to. I'd like to see first what they come back with and say. I think I mentioned that before.
I didn't know if you had a number in your head or not.
Well, like I said, I know the golf course loses money every year.
Not as much as it used to.
We understand. Yeah, it used to lose about $140,000 a year. Now they're getting close.
It looked really good this year, and I credit that to a lot of the work of the previous golf
But-
pro as well as the new one.
But in that being said, like you said before, we have everything that loses money, and they're all recreational activities. Buck run, swimming pool, the walking trail. I mean, we got a full-time employee that's mowing the walking trail, and it don't make a dime. So we've got all kinds of things that lose money, and the only thing that sets in my head is we've got such a beautiful asset that people come from miles and miles around. They come here, and it's just gorgeous. And we're talking about all these ball tournaments. We're talking about things that these people that travel to all these tournaments, and I'm sure our economic development could speak on this, they are going to be coming in fifth wheels, RVs, because some of them just, I mean, that's how they travel.
I tell you what, we need to, like I said, find that middle ground between the initial proposal that came in.
Absolutely.
And the one that Jason brought in.
Couldn't agree more.
And then I would be happy again to go out and run the numbers and say, this is where I think we're going to be on
So let's get that work session next week. Let's do it next week, and that way we sit down, kind of prioritize everything. We put it together. I mean, I see things in town as well. We have several city parking lots behind Sharky's, behind the funeral home, behind all kinds of places. We put asphalt up on asphalt and concrete and sidewalks and curb and gutter, and we've poured it, not when you're here or when I was on the board, but we put tons of money in stuff like that. And we're talking about, there's no return on investment. I said you should have sold those parking lots a long time ago to the highest bidder. But the thing is, this here, at least this strip of concrete with a water line that's going to last for decades, as well as the electric, that piece of concrete is actually going to make money, and it's going to be possibly 20 by 40 or something like that. So it's actually going to make a few bucks, to where these other pieces of concrete, they don't make us anything.
I'm looking forward to the work session, absolutely. And
Do you think a week from this Thursday?
Yeah,
I would do everything I could, though, but I want to make sure to at least assure the people that have been paying attention to this from the beginning.
Sure.
That what we committed to on an initial phase.
I'll be out of town.
Right.
Was the proceeds from the sale of those first 4 lots.
Right.
And so whatever we can get for that amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that needs to be established as phase 1.
Right.
Because it makes me nervous when we first say, about $500,000, and we've got one that we don't, an initial plan, we don't know what the cost is going to be. And then we get another one that we all agree was grossly inflated and was out of there. So
Right, but we've got some numbers now, Tim, that's going to be great, like the water line. We know that's came way down, and we know the gravel. And there's going to be a give and take, and I think like the take is the parking lot. That got out of control real fast, so we can do that, and I think we can still get the shelter house fixed up. And another thing I want to mention too is you talk about painting. What's his name?
Stephen Toll.
Stephen Toll. Yeah, I'd love to see him become a part of this because he does a lot of.
Yeah, not only Stephen, but there's a bunch of.
Absolutely, look at all the volunteers that came downtown.
It could be an RFP, even if it's free. You could put it out there.
Absolutely, there could be. I mean, there's the ideas are limitless, but I want to. You want to do it?
We're looking at next Tuesday,
What
5
time?
p.m. to do a work session on the lake. You available?
Okay, 1 hour.
1 hour?
Yep,
all right,
1 hour. work
so I'd
session.
like to make a motion that we table discussion on the project list until we can have a working session next Tuesday at 5 p.m. on the lake improvements.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Matthew Wills,
Yes.
Josh Jones, Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Is that all I had?
Is that all for
Is
you,
that it,
Doug?
or-
Wasn't that enough?
We could go more.
No, we're good. Okay.
Thank you, Doug. Thanks.
Doug, thanks for all your work, Doug. Appreciate you. Okay, up next, discussion of city permitting fees with Bill Downey.
All right, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, good evening. Could I take just a moment on a personal note? Most of you know that I have kids in the military. But what's unique is that our animal control officer, Jesse, her son and my daughter were recently deployed on the same ship. And they just got home yesterday, so thank you for all your prayers. I know you guys are all veteran supporters, and appreciate all the prayers that you guys put out for our kids when they're gone from home. All right, so tonight we have a 2-part deal. I'll fly solo here on this first part. Over the last 2 meetings, we had discussion over permitting for fence building. You all approved an addendum to the fence section of the zoning regulation, chapter 2901, and I asked you to take 2 weeks to consider what type of fee you would like to put into place for fence permits. So that's the first discussion tonight, or first part of our discussion tonight is, what would you like that fence permit to be moving forward?
After talking to all the other municipalities, $35 seemed to be the consensus amongst all the ones that I talked to. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Mr.
How much time does it go in to doing a permit, just estimate. You mean issuing a permit? Well, one of the reasons, Mr. Commissioner, that we put the fence permit into place is to prevent another 12th and Main situation. It will give us the opportunity to look at diagrams of the fence, find out what type of materials they're planning on using, and go do an actual on-site inspection before any post holes are sunk in the ground. So I think we asked Mr. Matkin at the last meeting, by the time we consider benefits and all, I say, what would 30 minutes of time roughly cost us? I think he says like $37, $40 or something like that. To go out and, yeah, to go out and do a site inspection, come back, actually issue the physical permit. That could be, let's say 30, 45 minutes. So let's just say it costs our staff, maybe $40, $45 for that time to do that. So, and I have to concur with Commissioner Wells that, as we noted in the last meeting, we reached out to a number of jurisdictions, and there are some jurisdictions that don't charge, but by and large, what we discovered is like a $25 to $35 range. So, and that's what we had asked you to consider over the last 2 weeks, is what you would like it to be.
So again, I say the $35, and then based upon the price of the project, just like with all the other building permits. So $35 base charge for them to go out and look at the fence, do the work, and that way the codes department's not losing a ton of money to go out and take a look at the job, fill out the permit, and do all that.
So you're saying $35 then plus incremental money for every amount over certain limits?
Yeah, that's the way we do it with the other. Am I correct in that, sir?
That's correct, Mr. Commissioner. So, for example, if a project is over, I'll just give you a building permit since I'm looking at it in front of me. We have a base fee for building permits, and then an additional $2 per $1,000 valuation of the job. So we're talking really pennies on the dollar, but
I don't.
Currently it's $25.
And you're saying
as of today.
And you're saying it ought to be $25 plus $2 for every $1,000 you spend on the project.
Well, we're talking about strictly fences right now. So Mr. Wells's recommendation, as I noted here, is a base rate of 35 plus. What were you thinking, $1 or $2 per
I was
thousand?
thinking on the fences, like $2 for every $1,000.
Okay.
Incrementally above that.
And your opinion on fence permits and building permits, whether they should be the same or different prices? I would like to see more harmony in our rate fees. What I gave you last time was a kind of a copy and paste out of all the city fees that Ms. Clay has on record. So I gave you building, plumbing, and electrical, and they're all different. Whatever we decide in the kind of the second half of our conversation tonight, I would like to see more harmony in those fees.
So I would think, on the fence standpoint, I mean, I could see a permitting fee for it, but it's pretty cut and dried on a fence. I don't see putting additional incremental charges on the fence above. If it's a $25 permit, and I would like to see it more in alignment with the building permit, that you're not going to hit a guy up for X number of thousands of dollars above.
Well, who's going to tell you the truth?
Yeah.
I mean, then you're just creating a way for people to, I'm going to have $500 in my fence, Matt. I guarantee it, because I'm not going to go in there and tattletale myself, because then that just keeps going up levels. So now I'm not even going to get the permit. Why would I go get the permit? Because that's just going to cost me more money, and I already got to pay for the screws for my fence.
I think
so.
$25 flat rate, and then more people might be apt to
get it.
Because I can tell you myself, I just put up 200 feet of fence here a while back.
Did you get a permit?
Permit was not in place yet, but I did have it surveyed, and I'm not within the encroachment. But on that fence right there, 6-foot high chain link, I'd tell you right now,
Yeah, it's pricey.
it would have got real pricey for me if I had to pay.
And again, we
So
talk
much
about
effort.
covering the employees' wages. We're already doing that. I mean, in my opinion, that's part of their job detail. I understand you want to recoup some of the money.
No, I
but
just want to make it a zero budget item.
Right.
If it costs $35 for an employee to go out and take a look at a site and verify it, then we should charge $35. I mean, it's simple. I'm sure the citizens will completely understand that if it costs us $35 to do it, then we can charge them $35. It's the same with the water rates or anything else. We're not asking them for a ton of extra money. We're not asking for $1,000 to come take a look at their fence. We're asking them to pay for the permit, to have the employee go out and verify, yes, this is a good location. We sign off on it, over and done. And I'd like to see all of those other fees adjusted to that same $35 because that's what it's costing. And it's actually costing us more than that still. But that's in line with what everybody else around us is charging. We're not asking for more money than most of the other municipalities. We're just asking that we pay those employees a little bit of money so that we recoup some of the losses from the codes department.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that, you know, and you see things different as commissioner. Before, I'm thinking, well, I pay taxes already, so I'm already
Right.
paying for the codes guy. Then I'm gonna build this fence, and then the appraiser's gonna come and charge me even more taxes because I built a fence, and now you're gonna ask me
Never
for a
ending.
permit fee to do this. And so, I mean, I can see both sides. We're paying for the employee, but from a citizen standpoint, I'm like, I'm already paying for that employee's 10 times over in
That's
other
what I mentioned.
fees, taxes, things like that. So.
That's where I'm going to be and will be with it. I know that's a great idea. It's a great concept, but you know, I mean, the thing is, we have beat the public up pretty good on this water deal, and I've heard about it quite a few times this week. And if we continue down this road, I don't want people to be in fear of getting the permit because that's going to help us as a city. It's going to help our codes department keep an eye on these things.
If $35 is what stops somebody from building a fence, I don't understand that.
Well, I'll tell you.
I'm just saying real quick. At some point, we as the city of Fort Scott have to decide, and I'm talking to the citizens here too. We're either in this city to help this city, or we're in this city to try to get as much from the city as we can, and then not give anything back. And personally, that's where I see a lot of this. The people that are complaining about the water increases. This is something that the city has to pay for. So, like you look through the budget reports that we have, we see that we were clearly losing money. And over the last several years, the city has taken out bonds to fix this and bonds to fix that, and they're taking all the money out of the street funds. So our streets aren't getting repaired for 20 years because all this money just keeps getting stole from this place and put into this place. All I'm asking is that we start running zero budgets in these departments. We start looking at what does it cost to run this department, and we start finding ways to fund these areas. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I got a little.
No, that was great. I got a little
And I
bit
will say
nervous there.
it's not the $35. It's the $35 here, the $15 here, the $20 here, the $40 here, and all of a sudden now, by the time you're done, there's an extra $500 because you're taxing and billing me and permitting me everywhere.
Well, I've built in a lot of cities, and it costs a lot more to build in those cities.
I understand, but we're Fort Scott. We're not other cities, so.
Well,
And so-
maybe we should be looking at these other cities and saying we want to be like them. We want to grow to that point instead of continuing to push ourselves down, lift ourselves up.
Well, I understand. I think we just have different ideas of what lifts us up. So.
Well,
but
and you know, it's kind of, I don't know if it's a good example, but you said if $35 keeps you from building a fence, you probably should be building a fence anyway. You know, same way with the water rates. But I don't know if anybody else got any calls or not. But the lady I talked to the other day was just, I mean, she was about in tears. She'd be 75 years old, and she lives on a very fixed income. And she said she got her water bill, and she had no notification that it was going to be raised. She had no idea this was going on. And I said, we have the meetings on YouTube. And she said, I don't get on a computer very often. I didn't hear nothing about it on the radio. But now I've got to come up with an extra $12, and I only get $800 a month to live on. So, you know, I'm not saying that she's going to be the one out building the fence, but it's going to create a lot of dishonesty, I think, because there's going to be people who go around it.
Well, and it makes me think, if we're running zero budget, are we going to say $35, but then it's going to be a 3% increase every year because that's what typically the wages increase each year? Are we going to put that caveat on there?
If that's what we need to do, then I would say that's not a bad idea. If we look at that's just some of the other cities around us, they're charging a lot more than $35 for these permits. because they know how much it costs.
Well, are we gonna raise our building permit?
I believe that our building permit fee ought to be $35 too. I believe that all of the fees should be $35 because that is in line with what all of these other municipalities.
I'm just saying
are
from
charging.
a fencing standpoint.
Right.
Yeah, if you're doing a building permit, absolutely. A lot of times you gotta submit drawings, and a lot of people gotta come back and forth. When I built my new barn, they were out there 2 or 3 times. Of course, then immediately followed up by the county tax appraiser 2 days
Mhm.
later to let me know how much
Oh,
more
yes,
that was
yes.
gonna be. But I don't think from a man-hour standpoint, there's probably not as much involved in looking at where a fence is gonna go as opposed to the building permit and the drawings and
Right.
all of those items.
No, we were basing that off of a half hour and then asking Brad how much that would cost one of our employees to go out and take a look at it. So we're looking at $45 is what it cost us for someone to fill out the permit, go out and take a look at the site where the fence is going. It costs the city about $45 for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could. I'm good with $25. That's just me. $25 flat fee, fence permit, building permit, whatever. That's where I'm at on it.
Well, and to your point, I think if we continue to go up on the price, you're gonna have people just going out and putting the fences up when they're not even gonna buy.
You're gonna cowboy. You're gonna cowboy. I mean, that's exactly what happens. Everybody's gonna cowboy.
Like I said, if there was anything I would like to see raised from the two, I would be amicable to raising building permit fee to $35 and making the fence fee at 25. And Mr. McCoy has his hand up.
So go ahead, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering, I don't know if this is working. So tonight, we're only asking, Bill's only asking for the one thing is a fence dollar amount. He will be, or him and I will be coming back in 2 weeks to ask you, once again, after you getting to digest the rest of the fees, to be able to discuss those. This is not apples to apples in my mind, and that you could have a lot more discussion on. It takes a lot more to inspect a building or a foundation than it does to go out once, look at the fence, proposal, come back to review the fence after being done. Does it meet what it says in our fence ordinance? Are the slats in the right direction and so forth? So, I mean, I think our mayor made a motion for 25. You have another, it wasn't even motions. You have a 35 and a 25. So that's all I'm trying to do. Sorry.
Well, I would make a motion to make the fence permit fee a $25 flat rate with no incremental charges based on dollar value, just for the fence.
Second.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
No.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
But I would say when we get around to the discussion, I do think there is an opportunity to raise and adjust the building permit fee. But I mean, in some cases, people are putting just a small backyard fence that it might take Bill and his crew 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's healthy discussion. I don't want anybody to walk away from that upset with each other. This has been a good commission to work
Love
with.
all you guys. Don't worry about
Well, maybe it goes the other way. We're not sure.
At least
We're
while we're
now.
on camera.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, this is good, healthy discussion, and I appreciate you guys.
And remember, Matthew prayed for unity, so you're
Yeah, he
working
did.
well.
That's right.
You're working well together.
But I'm keeping score, and we just got one for the good guys. So anyway. Anyway.
Depends on who's on that team, sir. Remember, I didn't recommend an amount.
I'll look at my list. Okay, up next you have discussion of permitting fees, discussion of city business license and other city licenses.
Yeah, so this was the second half of our discussion, and we asked you 2 weeks ago for permission to come before you tonight to present kind of our research findings when it came to building permits. This is something Mr. McCoy and I feel is something that the city needs to go in this direction to be in alignment with the jurisdictions and our comparables around us. You should have a spreadsheet I put together for you. Looks maybe something kind of like this.
Tab 7.
And just for Mr. Van Hookey, you'll notice that I did include in here like the electrical license, plumber license, contractor license. You guys can keep this spreadsheet and use it to chew on it for the next 2 weeks. But what I'd like to focus on tonight is the far left column under business license. And actually, I'm going to ask Mr. McCoy to jump in here because there are several reasons we think that this is a good idea for this commission to go in this direction. So, Mac, would you step in here?
I would, commissioners. The reason I initially came before you a month and a half ago, or before our new city manager was here, this is about safety also. And some of the forms that we have been able to print off are extremely important for the police department and the fire department to know. They are things such as what chemicals do you store in there? Do you have propane tanks and things of this nature? Who's the proprietor? What's their name? What's their address? How do we contact them? Do you have insurance? I mean, so things of that nature. We're not here to begot you. This would be private information. It's not public because it would have sensitive information, such as, do you have an alarm system? If so, who is it from and what is the contact? And then who are the second and third contacts? So I have lived in many different cities and counties and municipalities, and I don't think the fee should be exorbitant either, but I think it needs to be a reasonable and customary fee. And then you can also, as some of these folks have done, is they give you a discount if you renew every year. So if the first year, in this example for Matthew, is that if it's $35, then every year you renew, it's only $25. It's an incentive to renew on time, so that the city is not bound by sending out notice after notice after notice. And so you can see the different values in here, the prices. I mean, so it goes from a low of 0, of course, which means they have no business license. So they have no record to $50 there. So that's just the example that we have. And we spent a lot of time, and I'd like to thank Matthew also came in and helped us to research this, to find, just as Tim has in other areas with codes with Bill. It's a team effort. We are working together to try to provide this to you. And so I would entertain any questions on that to assist Bill.
I would have a question. And did you talk to the folks down in Girard? It's interesting that they're the only ones. I mean, they're just a $10 flat rate all the way across the board, except for, of course, when you get into bonding and insurance. And I'm assuming just that $10 is just to keep it low and incentivize people to actually come in and register.
If I could address that, what we did was, there's some information that's available online, but we made a lot of phone calls. We talked to a lot of city clerks, a lot of codes people, and even a couple city managers. I will tell you that more than one time, I'm sure Matthew can verify this, that we were told by the comparables I provided to you, we haven't updated our rates in years, and we are way behind. Numerous people, including Pittsburgh, by the way, said, "Hey, the rates that we are charging for various things, whether we're talking about business permits or a fence permit, they all feel like, hey, we are way behind the time." So yes, Galena charges $10. Girard charges $10 across the board, but they were also very candid. We need to fix that and up it. So like Max said, you got Baxter Springs and Emporia, Leavenworth, Lynn County. Some of those places do not require business permits, and as was pointed out, those jurisdictions have no records of the businesses in their jurisdiction. Chanute, Crawford County, and others only charge if you are an establishment that sells alcohol. So because they're required to have a state license, so then they require them to have a city business license. But then you can see the range is anywhere from like 25 to 50 is really kind of the average there. And we would ask you to take this into consideration over the next 2 weeks. And
like you did tonight, give us a dollar figure to work with when we come back in 2 weeks.
Would this be for nonprofits, everything as well?
No, not for nonprofits. These are only for, at least from everyone that I talked to, it was all profited businesses. The non-for-profits did not have to have a quote-unquote business license.
And so, and I'm not saying I'm for it, but what would be the reason why they wouldn't have to?
Because the majority of the ones that I talked to, and I have a whole nother list because Neosho, one of the cities that I talked to, they are currently updating all of their fees as well. So she had a list that I think both of y'all received a copy of that list all the cities around them, and they're all updating their fees as well, and they're basing their business fees off of a gross income. So the first year, it's $25 or $50, and then every year after that, they take your gross income, and then your business license is based upon the amount of money that you make. So non-for-profits, since they don't make any money, don't fall into that classification for the additional years.
So they don't turn it. I mean, so as Mark said, it's for safety, and so and then they're doing it on gross income, and that kind of defeats the purpose of for safety, and it's just for money at that point.
Commissioner, to answer that, in a number of other locations around the country, you're still required to fill out the license.
Right.
However, you just show us a copy of your 501c3 or 501c6 or then there's no fee. That could be when you create this new ordinance, if you're a not-for-profit, because it's about the building. Right. It's not about the business per se in this example. And so as a former business owner, I hated being penalized for having sales. I mean, there's a huge difference between sales and profit. Those two don't go hand in hand always. They should, but there's no magic number. But the point I'm trying to make is there is an organization here that charged by the number of employees to be part of it. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm the only person that participates with this. I have 69 employees, but you're telling me I have to pay $400 a year versus $200 a year. So back to what the mayor is saying, I don't think you penalize people for. Yeah. We're trying to do this simply, and to your point, simple and easy, one page front and back. We don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we use the gross income like everyone else around
I
us.
say if we do charge something, it's very. I mean, I was reached out to 4 or 5, probably younger kids, saying, "Man, I want to start a little shop, and I'm just 18 years old, won't do that, and I just don't want to stimulate people from."
Well, I did have a conversation with.
If I could address that, and believe me when I say this, I'm not trying to be sarcastic in any way, but Matthew made a point earlier of saying if $25 is going to keep you from building a fence, maybe you ought not to build a fence. If I'm just throwing a number out, if $25 for a business license is going to keep you from opening the business, and you spread that out over 12 months, what is that?
I'm going to go back to what I said: $25 for the fence, $25 for a business license, $25 for this, and you just proved my point. Now we're another 25, and sooner or later, another department's going to say, "We need 25 for this also." And now you got 10 departments wanting $25.
There's a cost of doing business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's called taxes at some point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but there's
I mean, we got to. Here's the thing, Bill. We have to look at these. There is a cost of doing business, but we also have to look at these citizens, and then they say, "Okay, you raise my water, you raise the permit fee, you raise this. What are you guys doing? We're going to be known as the." I mean, we got to get some stuff straight.
You said a bunch of cities said we're behind on our permit fees. One thing we're not behind on, that's our property tax, our sales tax, and now our water bills. So
I know
we're way ahead on some other things, so let's not be way ahead on everything.
I am a citizen of the community. I understand that as well as the next resident in town. But you would be hard pressed to go to any well-established community and find a community that does not require business licenses.
I love the business license, but I would suggest this first year not charging, get people, and then maybe next year saying,
"There's a good concept.
We got this," and then now.
I actually would not. I've thought about that. Would not be opposed because we want to incentivize folks to do it, right?
Yeah. Then you got a list of people, and when they don't make it in next year, nice trick.
Here's another thought.
I like that, Judge.
Yeah, good idea. publicize the fact that we're requiring business licenses now at no charge up until this date, say June 30th or whatever. After June 30th, it'll be $25, $35, whatever. But it is required that you must have a business license.
Sure.
And I talked with Officer Downing about it. We can have a special classification for 18 years or younger, people who are doing like young kids who are doing a seasonal mowing or a lemonade stand, anything like that. All they got to come down, fill out the paperwork. We'll make an exemption, and we'll give them the license so that they can do what they need to do. We're not trying to squash people here. We're just trying to level the playing field and then also provide some protection for our citizens and for the fire departments, police, everybody else who has to deal with this stuff.
And I'm not
Yeah.
saying we're trying to
Right.
squash, but sometimes government gets,
I understand what you're saying.
it does it without
Mhm.
trying to. I just want to make sure, but no, I like that, especially.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, go ahead, Mr.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Mr. Downey.
Well, I was just going to follow up with Commissioner Jones. I agree with everything you said, and we want to make this so that it's reasonable, it's fair. We want to incentivize people, and again, the cost of doing business is one half of it, but the safety aspect is the other end. Where our 911 operators, if they have current up-to-date information and there's a burglary or a fire or something, then we have contacts we can get a hold of. And
Yeah, they'll know which lemonade stand to go hit. So
that's
anyway,
right. It's east of the Verizon store.
that's good information. Let's chew on that. You say you're going to give us a couple weeks to look at that.
Yes, sir. If I may, I'm asking for permission to come back in 2 weeks, not just to have a follow-up discussion with this, but also to present you a city ordinance proposal, because you would have to adopt a ordinance in order to put this into place. I'd like your permission to run that by Mr. Farmer and then have you guys look at that 2 weeks from now.
Sure. I have no problem with that. Think everybody good with that?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just take 1 minute to put a correlation. I have the privilege and the honor of being a guest lecturer in business school. And so at Fort Scott Community College in the business class, and also at Pittsburgh State University. And I also recently spoke to the high school here, of which one of the members in this room's son is in that class. And we had some really excellent conversations. So what I try to do with, no, it was good. It was a great day. It was very educational. That's not the point. The point is that what I talk about is the cost for you as a young entrepreneur getting into business. You work in a business, or you can create a business, or you can buy a franchise and so forth. But what I try to explain to them is the cost of going into business. And I talk to them about fees. Many of them don't know that there could be up to 5 different types of insurance that you should have as a business owner. One of them today is called cyber insurance, which never existed before. There's another cost of doing business. The liability you have, which segues back to this. A $1 million liability policy doesn't cost you $5,000 a year, and many companies and organizations require a minimum number, whether it's 500,000 or $1 million. I would think that Lynette could tell us. We can bring that back at the next meeting. What is the cost difference a year? And it might be $12. I'm gonna stake it's $12 difference. I hope I'm wrong. Maybe it's $9. But I just think that people should get a good education when they're going into business, because 70% of all new businesses fail in the first 3 years, and I explained that to them. They also fail because they don't have a business plan, and they don't go and talk financially and fiscally, and they don't think about all the aspects. Because that famous line, this has nothing to do with tonight, really. If you build it, they will come, is not a true statement. That's a great movie, Fields of Dreams, but that's a one-off. And so there are businesses every year that fail. 90% of all businesses fail in the first quarter of the year, too. So there's Business 101 from Mark McCoy.
My son did say he liked the one thing you said, and that was, why do you go into business?
You go into business, I didn't learn this right away either, to make money.
Okay,
That's what he took home from you.
Yeah. Well, should remember that. And no one told me that the first 3 years.
Okay,
Sorry to take your time.
I've never heard that before. So I'm going to rearrange some stuff here. Number 6 was supposed to be, or number 5, before we go on to pay sketches, we're going to go to the Charles. Are you done, Bill?
I am.
Okay. Thanks a bunch. Have a seat. All right. We're going to go to Charles Gentry to report on the street committee. And Charles, I'm sorry I didn't see you behind the
No problem.
podium. And Pete handed me this, so the thanks goes to Pete. For
Several
noticing.
months ago, the Street Advisory Board was asked to take a look at the designation of our arterial streets in Fort Scott. Sometimes those are called main traffic ways. We did that over a two meeting, which means 3 months for us, and generated a memo. Has that memo been sent around as part of your packets this evening?
I don't think so. I have it. Kelly sent it to me a while ago. It was in the packet. Okay.
It says memo at the top, in the middle.
I put it in there.
Matthews. Okay, I didn't see anything from street committee.
It's in the back under director comments or reports at the very back.
Reports and comments?
Yep.
There it is. Okay. All right.
I'm assuming from what you all are fumbling through that you've not read the memo.
Yeah, you can assume that.
Okay. Because what I was going to say is, here are the 13 streets that we recommend be designated as arterial or main traffic ways for Fort Scott. This is an updated list. It is comprehensive. It includes streets that are already designated as arterial streets. It includes most, there's only a few exceptions, of the streets that Commissioner Pete Allen had designated as arterial streets. And it actually drops a street that had been previously designated as an arterial street. That was 9th Street from Horton to Burke, not on the list. That was on the list previously.
Because of the hospital?
Oh.
Because there ain't no hospital there anymore. So there's no reason for 9th Street to be an arterial street. But the arterial streets may improve our scoring on grant applications. They may qualify us for certain no-fund warrants or other temporary financing, which are unique to main traffic ways. And they do offer some priority consideration for matters such as traffic control, maintenance, snow removal, and so forth. So if you have the memo, you can see the 13 streets that we have discussed and gone over and believe rise to the level of being arterial main traffic ways.
I just want to make one comment, Charles. That I have studied this along with the current KDOT designation of streets that we have selected in the past. And almost without fail, these are all on there, on that map. And and we have, there's a certain procedure, paperwork that you go through to get streets changed. And I have that paperwork, and Jason has to sign it. You know, our engineer has to sign it, and our city manager has to sign it. And I think that what we'll try to get that with this list that you guys gave us. Try to get this put together and come back to you and say, okay, this is what we're going to do.
It's adopted by resolution.
I'm sorry.
It is adopted by a resolution. The main traffic ways are. Yes, it is. I'm telling you. I sent them all to Kelly today.
I'm glad you sorted that out, because it had been suggested to us that these were designated in the comprehensive plan.
No, they're adopted by resolution.
I'm just
Kelly
going by
has
what we were told,
Okay.
right? And by ordinance, which is why we suggest an ordinance. But if it takes a resolution, whatever it takes.
We fill out the paperwork and send it to the state.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. There's no reason to come back to the street advisory board. We're here giving you our recommendations. So
I guess
once you act on it by resolution or otherwise, then that's on it goes. Any questions?
From Broadway, from Wall to 6, and I'm just curious why it doesn't go all the way to Charles Street, because that seems like a main. When Charles Street comes in, I don't know why them 2 blocks wouldn't be there, and also 3rd Street from 69 to Margrave. Why from Margrave to Broadway wouldn't be on there?
Sure. Well, I think from our discussion, we were looking at basically the traffic count and traffic flow, the volume. Third Street, the one definitely picks up between Margrave and the bypass when the choo-choo trains go through, right? And so that's roughly from Eugene Ware to the bypass. So that was our thinking.
I didn't know if Eugene Ware was the cutting point, and if it was, I didn't know why. Because the traffic count was up on Broadway at 3rd, and they put a stop sign there just a year ago, 2 years ago.
I will say, as a frequent East Side traveler, it needs to go clear to Broadway because that is the route everyone takes. They take it. They don't just take it to Margrave. They go all the way to Broadway, and those 2 blocks.
Back down the wall. And
absolutely, and those 2 blocks from Margrave to Broadway are tore up, and so.
You're free to change these.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, and
these are our recommendations.
Yeah,
so,
but the reason was we were focusing on what happens to the volume of traffic on that section of 3rd Street when there is railroad interference. So, if you think it needs to go further, obviously it's up to you. Any more questions?
The only one that I would have a question about is from the bypass up around 5 Corners to 10th Street, and then up 12th Street to the middle school, because that is the route that all of the buses and all of the cars take every day, and that is stocked with traffic every morning and every afternoon for 4 hours straight.
And I will say if you're doing that, but then you can also say 12th Street to the high school is the same.
Well,
right
yeah,
there
12th,
on the bypass.
12th Street from Horton all the way to the middle school could technically be classified.
Well,
And-
I mean, you could go 11th Street around
Right.
Greenfield Scott. You could do. I mean, we were trying to use a criteria based upon the primary traffic ways, the movement of through traffic between areas of concentrated activity within the city and between such areas within the city and traffic facilities outside. Yeah, there are going to be times, 3rd Street may be an example of where you're going to get congestion at certain times of the year, days of the week. Probably not so much on those streets on a Saturday or Sunday.
Sure.
Probably not so
Yes,
much
sir.
from June, July, and August.
Yes, sir.
So we were just trying to focus on the ones that would have a more consistent frequency of volume.
You're right, Matt, because there's only Wall, 3rd, 6th, 12th. There's only 5 roads that really connect down to the highway, and that's one of them.
Yep.
Well, I have a question, Chief Sheldon. I saw you leaving. Is the traffic route from 12th Street going east over to the school, and then they go on down and come back down 12th Street or 13th, 14th Street, whatever that is?
Oh, off the middle school?
Yeah. Do they go? They don't turn around and go back on the same street, do they?
They go both streets. You talking about the bus traffic?
Yeah. And
Yes.
vehicle traffic.
I've seen buses going up and down both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bus route is 12th Street.
So that brings up one of the points that I have on my.
Bus route is 12th Street both ways.
Yes,
They
Yes.
go in and come out on the
Yes.
same.
Yeah.
But the automobiles go up.
Well, the buses use both roads. They used to.
They don't.
They go up 10th Street.
They used to.
go 10th Street to Margrave, and then Margrave to 12th, and then 12th up to the middle school, and then 12th back down.
That's what the buses do.
Yes, and
But
a
the
majority-
automobiles, they go on.
Unfortunately, a majority of cars use that too. We run into that every
So,
afternoon.
so what I want to say is that was one of the things I have in my commission reports, but we're talking about this right now. One of the things that I asked Travis this week to look into was possibly no parking signs on what would be the south side of 12th Street going up through there, because everybody there has off-road parking. That's very high traveled, at least no parking during a certain time, to where it's safer for the bus travel, the vehicle travel, the kids. There's a sidewalk that runs down through. There's actually children that do go up and down those streets to the housing development and everything else. So I think that should be something, and Travis will have some words for us later on that. I think. Right. That's where you got the scratch marks. A little bit of a, but okay. So, any other discussion? Any other discussion on this? And the reason I didn't realize you were even talking, Charles, because your name's not on this agenda. You asked who prepared the agenda, and I think Kelly, along with staff, prepared the agenda. and it has Street Advisory Committee report under Matthew Wells, and it was item 6. So.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
I'm sorry, I stole
No,
your
no, no,
thunder.
Dude, this is
Yeah, it's
awesome.
okay.
Well, I was just
Great job on it.
There
I was
are-
trying to put together why I didn't
No,
have
no,
you
I
on
get it.
here, and
Yeah, well, we're doing other things. Our street advisory board is taking up the whole Brick Street issue. We've got some things that are percolating on that in the way of public meetings. But tonight's issue was designating our arterial streets and trying to get them all in one place so that you don't have to go back through resolution this, resolution that. So we have them all herded together and identified. And obviously, you're free to tinker with our recommendations as you choose.
all right, I appreciate you
Okay,
staying.
thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Charles.
Up next, item 5. I'm going to leave it to you guys. Josh, you can take over.
Yeah, the porta potty. I'm assuming it was checked. Kelly, everything looked good on Skitch's porta potty pay request.
I was going to check with Bill. Bill gave code enforcement did inspect those. Isn't that correct, Diane? We got a.
This is for the porta pots.
porta potty.
I'm sorry.
This
I
is
thought
for
we
Kelly's
was.
thing. Usually, I just check, verify the billing and everything's good on it. No questions or anything.
Nope, no questions.
All right. I'll make a motion to pay Skitch's hauling in for the invoice for porta potties.
Okay.
I'll second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Sorry, Kel.
When they do some demolition.
Okay, item number 6 was to be Matt Wells. We're scratching him at his thunder stole. Item 7 is going to be Tim Van Hookey, discussion of unsafe structure list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to clarify something that's come up as a concern in comments. This commission 2 weeks ago approved the price bid for the destruction of 619 South Ransom. And there has been some questions or concerns about that particular structure being moved in its entirety is what I've had people reach out to me about, as opposed to destroying it. So again, I think I'm going to have to emphasize that the contract, as well as the bid request that we have out here, absolutely we need to expedite the rewrite of the requirements, whether it's removing the footings or whatever. Because if that is true, that can't happen, because it simply states that the structure has to be demolished on site and hauled away. So that just, the only reason I bring that up, and I don't know, just you hear some people say if it is true, it can't happen. Even if it's not, we need to really again focus on the verbiage that's in these agreements, both from a bid process as well as purchase order.
And I think, Tim, I gave you a paper. I don't know where it's probably in here somewhere. And I've kind of lined out some things that might be on the, some good verbiage that I've looked together. So.
Yep, and I'll clump that together with
Sure.
what I've started working on, and then I'll share it.
If you look in front of you, there's a new demolition contract
Yes.
that Kelly prepared, the city manager.
We'll go through that, yeah. But it's in there.
Front of you,
Yeah.
stapled.
Yep. And I mean, I think that's something we can review between now and the next meeting. We've all got a copy of it. The real reason I wanted to talk this evening was I was looking back through last few weeks. I've been working with Bill Downey, and it looks, there's Bill, with Kelly's permission, of course, and speaking with Kelly and with Mark McCoy on continuing to try and remove some of this blight on our community that we have out there. If you'll look at the very back of your binder, you'll find a list of properties on here. 2 of those properties on the entire list did go to the land bank after the tax sale, but we thought, based on previous discussions, that we need to expand kind of the categories of the products that are in there. And so what was done was we kind of looked at the non-habitables, what's been red tagged. Most importantly, we looked at what had drug activity on it. And then I went out as kind of a layman and looked at every single one of these properties. I provided the list to all the commissioners. If they wanted to go, I don't know how many people actually hopped in vehicles and drove around on the commission. But then I got back with Bill ranking these as kind of a priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. Priority 2 and priority 3 may actually have an opportunity still, if they actually do the work, to save that structure. But from a priority 1 standpoint, the building was either in such bad shape, was identified as drug activity, had been red tagged for some time. And from a financial standpoint, I had presented to this commission that year to date what we had actually spent out of last year's budgeted $50,000, since we're not charging these bids were without dump fees, was $22,802, which, no, I'm sorry, without dump fees was $15,245 plus $800 from the one we approved last week, which leaves a budget of $34,755. We had also, looking at the budget for 2022, had put $50,000 into that. So that's over $80,000, with the average tear down being $2,177, fudging that up to $2,500 per tear down. We have leeway, by my math, to tear down at least another 31, 32 houses this year and get them out of here. So after working with Kelly and with Bill and with Mark, and then providing that information to the commissioners, we have this list of homes. Now, what Bill has done with Kelly's approval as well is these homes that you see highlighted in green here, the letters have gone out to the homeowners, and pretty much the clock is ticking at this point for corrective action to be taken, or proceedings will continue to press forward on removing these unsafe homes in our neighborhoods. Would you like to expand on that, Bill?
Yeah, so we identified, I call them the baker's dozen. We took our top 13 that we feel are in extreme, serious, dilapidated condition. And as Commissioner pointed out, we have a number of homes that are flop houses for illicit activity. So those letters were sent out Friday. They should have been received today. I've already been contacted by one person who received the letter. Those letters expire March 11. And then what I'd like to do is, without looking at my calendar right now, whatever commission meeting is after the 11th, I'd like to come back, just like we did last time, and give you, show you pictures for each and every address, so that you can see for yourselves, if you haven't gone and looked already, what we're talking about. So then, with your permission, after that meeting, we can have Ms. Clay put it in the paper, and then start going out to bid on these 13. And then after these 13, we can look at more after that.
As a supplement to that, Kelly had a good idea. He actually provided Bill and I a copy of a land bank letter that would give the homeowner that option to go ahead and sign that property over to the land bank, and then it's not their issue anymore. So I think that's a great idea as well. But again, I was pleasantly surprised what this commission did with the first 7 houses that you started last year, and what the actual average cost for destruction came out to be. And I think I see no reason why, with the funds that are available and budgeted, that we don't stay very proactive in continuing to remediate this blight and the drug use and stuff in our community.
Tim, I'd also like to say that one of the reasons the price stayed so low as well is because of being able to work with the county. I know I've shouted out to the county tonight before, but again, I want to shout out that it's really nice. We're going to be able to have some land acquisition and have a mutual agreement with them to continue to fix up Fort Scott, but yet not cost the taxpayers near as much as it would have.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you drove around, and I think you said you did, and looked at some of these properties, it's a lot of these homes, and Bill and I were shocked too, they're on huge corner lots. Or the homes across the street are in the middle of a full remodel. And you know, it's just really a good opportunity, because if you want a developer or somebody to eventually come in and look at this property, the better you can make that street look, the better someone's going to be more apt to utilize that property. And again, it's taxable revenue that the city will get back once that goes into play. So I appreciate the commission entertaining kind of my drive and passion towards this for the last few weeks, and definitely the work of Sergeant Downey and Kelly and folks, and hopefully we can get this expedited and move forward correctly with procedures.
Yeah.
That are required.
I'm excited you have enough money and can leave the lake money alone to do it. So this is awesome. This is
So
working out
far,
good.
we run into a really big house. We might have to.
Yeah. Rob's got something he wants to say real quick. Here you go, buddy.
There you go. It's there.
How many of these houses? Is there any of these houses already land bank? Two of the.
One that's on the current list, and that's the one that is at 201 South Crawford. There's another one that's not a priority that I believe is at 1311 East First Street. It is in the land bank, but it's a priority 3.
That's correct. And Mr. Harrington had already talked to me privately about the address on Crawford, so we've already taken that off our list.
Okay. Yeah. So, I would like to just point out when some of these houses, if they do end up on land bank, we would like to maybe wait on tearing those down till the land bank board, has a possession or holds on to those, just for obvious reasons. But so
all right, and we were going to exclude. I think I made a mistake and actually highlighted the first one on the list in green. That is one for the land bank, but it's not one we actually included in the baker's dozen.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Just one check.
How many of these are occupied, and how many are empty? Do you know?
So of these 13, all 13 are unoccupied because they're uninhabitable.
All 13 are unoccupied.
Well, there may be temporary users in there that are doing other things besides.
They're not
living there.
legally inhabited.
Yeah, there's some transient movement in some of these homes, but they are not legally occupied.
So none of them have the water on.
No. No, and that was something Mr. Mayor brought up to us, I think, a couple meetings back, is that I had failed to get a water meter pulled for him before he went over to do some work. So we'll make sure all utilities are disconnected, meters pulled, all that kind of thing, to make it easier for the contractors to do their job. But to your point, Mr. Commissioner, these homes don't have electricity, they don't have water, they don't have gas. Some of these have been disconnected for years. And again, I would encourage you, if you've got some extra time, to go look at some of these homes in person. It'll be plainly obvious which ones are the flop houses.
So that being said as well, Kelly, I want you to work on with Bill that when we talked about the demolition, that the utilities, all utilities be unhooked for the safety of the contractor as well as the sewer. Like I said before, and that's up to you guys, but I think the last thing a demolition contractor should be messing with is a utility as a non-licensed plumber. So there's no reason, if the city's going to go over and unhook the water, they can go ahead and cap off the sewer near the tap. That way that whole lateral line doesn't become infiltrated.
And I think at the last minute that when we discussed this in the minutes, Bill, you had actually said that going forward that the codes team would make sure that the utilities were disconnected.
Yeah, and I think the problem that we ran into was that all the properties were ready to go. Evergy had a line they hadn't moved, so we need to get them out to move that. And the city hadn't reclaimed one of its water meters yet, even though there was no water service. We had, as a city, had not pulled the meter, so it'd be my responsibility to make sure that gets all done before we get contractors on site.
Yeah, that'll help accumulate more meters too, because a lot of those are good meters, so we can put those back in our stack.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to make sure and bring this up tonight, that the plan that I worked with Kelly and with Bill on, that you guys were good with this going forward. The letters have gone out, and what I would hate to see happen is I don't know if you remember, a few meetings ago I brought in a stack of letters that were multiple letters that were sent out to the same house over and over again since 2015, and would appreciate this commission, that we're gonna stick with it and support the codes team and see all of these to completion, whether the owner comes in and says, I'm gonna save the house and here's my plan and here's what I'm gonna do, one way or another, that we don't end up sending out a letter on this same house again a year from now.
Right. And I think we did that on a couple places, like the girl over here at 3 something Main, whatever it was. We'll give you an opportunity. You've got 2 weeks, you got 4 weeks, whatever it was, as well as the guy with the bathroom. I always love giving that guy that extra. Hey, it's getting real serious. You got 30 days, and if there's no improvements, so that last little push. So, yep, okay, that's good stuff. So, was that all you had, Tim?
That's all I had. Thank
Any
you, Bill.
questions from anybody else?
Bill had something else.
Oh, Bill got something else?
Just a clarifying question for myself for my timeline. If I could get Ms. Clay to look at her calendar, can you tell me if we have commission meeting on the 15th or 22nd?
We have it on the 15th,
Okay.
the 1st and 3rd.
Okay.
Tuesdays
So
of each month.
All right. So then I'm asking for permission from the commission to come back on March 15, and we'll do presentation of the Baker's Dozen for demolition.
Sounds good.
And they'll have to approve all the resolutions for each house. So.
Yes, exactly.
Jab. What's the return on investment on this? Just proceed. No, I'm just kidding.
You can start my collected property tax revenue from whoever buys it.
Oh, gosh, you guys.
We
are
might
too
put a
much.
splash pad on one of them.
Okay, hold on a second.
Or a boat dock on one.
So, okay, so moving on. That took care of item.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
may I address item number 6 just for a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Thanks again, Bill. Were you up there?
So I was tasked with getting with the street advisory board to go over the Brick Street situation, and wanted to come back and let the commission know that yes, I met with the street advisory board. They wanted to make sure that the city commission was aware, and I believe they conveyed this to the city manager as well, that they had made a recommendation last year that not a single brick street should ever be lost in this town again. And they wanted me to make sure and reiterate to this commission one more time that their belief and the belief of the citizens that they have talked to is that every brick street should be saved. To that, we will be holding a public hearing at the next Street Advisory Commission or Street Advisory Committee meeting to invite all citizens. So anybody out there who wants to come and have comments about the brick streets, make sure and show up at the next Street Advisory.
I don't think you can call it a public
I
hearing,
can't.
Bob. Can you
That's-
interject?
They can't. They can't.
It's an
Bob,
open,
can you speak
it's
into
an
the mic,
open public
please?
meeting.
An open public meeting?
You can come and take
Okay, let me
comments.
clarify that. Thank you, Diana. Appreciate that. It will be an open meeting. Everyone's invited to come and to speak their piece. But we do want to get the citizens involved in this as well. The street advisory's thoughts are that every street within the city limits of Fort Scott that was a brick street should be saved. And that's
We
what
can, we
they
can
would-
also go back and look in the street advisory board minutes and look at, because we have all the minutes from when that board was formed, and get you
Right.
those minutes.
Okay.
I'll get them to Kelly and he can give them to you also.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be great. Was that it, Matthew?
That's all that's all I have to report. I had something else, but I'll save it for
I
another
can't-
time, considering how late it's
I
getting.
can't wait. So, I'm just on the edge of my seat now. Go ahead, Tim.
And I'm going to do what I can as well to get feedback from folks that, one thing I would caution was Matthew, Pete, I love your passion for the streets, so on and so forth. I think other commissioners in here have said they've heard conflicting terms on what they'd like to see saved and what they'd like to see go. But one thing that concerned me a little bit in that article in the paper on Saturday was there was a point on there where we were talking about letting people on individual streets determine what happens on their streets, and that whatever the people say, the commissioners have to do.
I believe if you'll listen to the minutes and you'll also look at the amendment that I presented y'all before, I believe I said that they would have a voice in it, but that ultimately the commission would be the ones to vote. I did say that we as the commission must listen to the citizens, and if the citizens tell us that their wishes are something, then we as the commission should listen. But there have
they misquoted you because the quote is, if everyone says they want their street designated, then that's what the commission has to do.
yes, and I think Pete Allen would back me up. Occasionally, we have been misquoted in the newspaper.
Well, that's good. That's good. My concern is unfortunately, and you know, you're bravely going after these streets, but what you can get into is one of the toughest things I think we all would agree about getting elected is you can't always give everything to everybody.
Correct.
That they want. So I just want to make sure that oftentimes, even when a group of people say this is what we want, in our roles, we have to make the tough decision and say,
yes.
I'm sorry, we can't do that.
Right.
So I thought it was a great article and I enjoyed it. That was the only paragraph that worried me a little bit because I'm thinking of like pitchforks and torches, you know, saying I want bricks on my street. You know?
No. And it was only about streets that are brick
Yeah.
streets.
Yeah. So I do think they must have misquoted you on that, though, because they put in their must do.
Right. Okay. I did say that we are beholden to the citizens, and if the citizens ask us to do something, then we should do what the citizens asked us to do.
Yep.
Well, the citizens also have a right to petition the commission.
Yes.
That's their right, and so with whatever that petition comes up with, then that's what we have to go with.
Okay, you guys done now?
Right now.
Okay, it's okay. All
Yes,
right.
Mr.
I just
Mayor.
want to make sure you're all exhausted. Okay, up next, number 8. They wanted me to add mowing discussion. Is that right? Okay.
That's also in front of you in the paperwork.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah, I just knew. I don't know the reason I asked. I just knew last year we kind of waited and had some discussion. I just want to make sure we get ahead of it before
absolutely.
yards are 3 feet tall before, and so I just thought it was a good time to
We
decide.
actually sent this out about the same time last year. Well, right about the beginning of March. So
Yeah. Well, I just knew last year there's some discussion, so I just figured.
So you want to make a motion to go ahead and are you?
Yeah, if that's what we need to do, yeah.
But before we make that motion, I do think that we need to amend this in order to include what we're going to ask them to bid for
Sure.
out at the lake. And also, I would like to see the bid come back as a total bid. Let's get these guys to give us one solid number for the year to mow all these properties.
You mean like one price?
One price.
How many
If it's-
yards?
we can decide that. I talked to a couple of the mowing contractors. They said that they could easily look back over their books from times that they've either mowed in the past, or we can get them a list of the current properties that need mowed. They can figure it out at 2 times a month, and that they can give us a solid bid for the whole year. I just think that will benefit us when we go to look at these numbers, comparing it to what Brad is going to get us on what it would cost for us to have employees do it.
So
versus,
let's look at it this way.
Yep.
I'm just thinking outside the box as well. You know, you guys for a while bid 2 ways on the demolition. You bid it with dump fees and without dump fees. Could you bid it per time and per season?
Yes, I mean, that's fine. We
Then
can
we
ask
can-
them for whatever we want. Yes. Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, per time and per season, because you got
It hurt to have different ways of bidding. I just knew, me as a bidder, I'm like, how would you bid it?
that's if I'm bidding it, I'm saying I'm not going to bid that thing as a whole because it may rain.
If they bid $20,000, we go through. It's like,
You know?
man, we only spent $5,000 this year.
Yeah.
We're out $15,000. But I like it having sent out for both of them. At least give us options.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would be tough to get a quote for everything
All
for
in.
the year, but I don't see any reason why we can't include what would be expected out of the lake as well.
Right. So is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
So it's going out for 2 separate bids, one for the year, one for, and then also
And we want to include the lake. Yes.
And both of them.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Got that, Diane?
got it.
That's Matthew's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Already got
Got
that.
it.
I knew he did. I was just checking.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Okay, now we're down to the city manager comments.
Okay, in your packet, I think it is under the city manager portion of your folder. There is in there a Schneider report on the electric saving, and probably the best explanation of that is the graphing on the first and second page, just inside the cover, and they're showing about an $89,695 savings, which their expectation was somewhere in the $80,000 ballpark. So they are meeting their expectations, including in that. Now, you can look through this, and there's more graphing, and it kind of breaks it down a little more month by month. But the other thing is we also had them do police and the city hall here, and that's not included in your packets. And we actually saved $3,849 or $3,850 roughly in those two buildings, and that was just the light bulbs, the fluorescent, from fluorescent to LEDs. So every penny we're saving throughout town. Now the graph you have is on Buck Run, okay, and that was what their target site was, the change outs at Buck Run. So, but we have it. We've done upgrades on all of our buildings, and every penny we're making. So they targeted 15-year payback, and with not only the Buck Run, if we're going to be able to continue that would be 15 years, but everything we save on all the other buildings is just going to make it pay out the quicker.
Right.
Plus,
Okay. So my first question is, when I looked through this earlier, who prepared this deal here? Is this them? Schneider put that together?
Schneider put them together. Yeah.
Okay. Is this something that we can do our own checking by looking at previous utility bills? Because I could make a graph that looked like this in a minute.
Oh yeah.
So can we look at the utility bill starting and say, well, whatever it was, 2018, 2019, and then what they are now to get our own graph together?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I was kind of under the gun, so I crowded them to do it for us.
Sure. Well, originally they were supposed to come down and do a presentation, I believe.
Yeah.
This whole sales pitch was, we're going to come back in a year and we're going to give you, and we're going to show you, and if you don't save money, we're going to make up the difference.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I'm the, and I'm not saying that we're not saving hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I'm going to give you a graph that looks just like that and tell you how great we're doing.
Right.
But I think we'd like to check our homework too. I would.
Yeah.
Well, what you're trying to say is they're the ones keeping score.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's,
They're winning.
and they're winning.
They're always going to win, I believe. If they're keeping score,
and that's win. Really all they did was just use the utility bills as their benchmark.
You're sure they did that? I mean, that
would
be nice to check.
That's what Randy told us. He got those from Susan.
Hard. I mean, it would take 5 minutes to pull
right. And then he got that information from Susan. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to. Yeah, if Susan or whoever can, check.
Yeah.
That and do our own homework.
Yeah, and that's what Randy said. That's what they had gotten from the information they were given.
Right. The Randy is the guy that owns the company, or the
no, he's the head engineer of this.
Right. He works there. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure Randy's a nice guy, but I want to do our own checking too.
Sure. Right. Okay. All right. Any other questions on that? Okay. We do also in your packet have a microphone system we had looked at for the meeting room here, and it did come in at around $12,000, a little over $12,000. It includes a lot of upgrades. Let me get to it here. Here it is. So what they were going to do is upgrade the television system and the computer system and the controls for Diane or Rachel, whoever's running it. They also, as you can see it, they have a bigger overhead screen. And I think they're going to use that, but the bigger one, but they're going to actually get us some more user-friendly equipment. Now they want to hardwire the system, so they're not battery. Now these kind of eat up a lot of batteries. But the one thing that I want you to understand is no matter how much we spend on a system, that this was Seth, he brought in his guys that,
Shane.
or I'm sorry, Shane.
Shane Walker.
Yeah, I'll get it here eventually. Shane, but anyway, he brought in his tech that had done a lot of stuff for him over there at the courthouse.
Right.
So anyway, this is kind of a jump off. We can actually send it out and get other bids, but if you don't speak into the mic, no mic is going to work.
Right. Oh gosh. Yeah. Exactly right. Though I mean, we battled this, Bob, years ago when I was on the commission previously. Everybody complained the whole time. You can't hear it. You can't hear it. You can't hear it. And I'm not saying we shouldn't go to bids or whatever you guys decide to do, but I think it is important to have a good sound system and good quality things for the people at home to see their tax money at work.
You see how important it is. Just I know you ran on getting them on TV, and we've seen how valuable that is.
Yeah.
Going back and just
Oh man, checking ourselves. What did I say on that? You know, go back and watch the video.
But I will say the county's system. I mean, they can sit back like this.
Yes.
And it picks up everything. It's
Yeah.
really good. So.
Well, that's what Shane said. And the thing that we want to take, the caveat in this is that we're probably going to need this from now on. We're not going to go back to as much open session as we would. And with COVID always hanging around and, the pandemic fluctuating, we're going to need a pretty decent system. So it's much for our sake as it is for our constituents that want to view the meetings.
Sure. That's
good. Could we get a couple apple for apples bids?
I think that's, and use their, a lot of their equipment listing and as they did, and send that out and have, we don't have to include the name, but just take the list and send it out and have other electronics installers give us some ideas as what they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we got some people even here in town.
I do too. Yeah.
Tim McKinney with the radio station, he's probably got some pretty good avenues for this type of product.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So if you want me to, if that's okay, I'd like to go ahead and pursue this and get some other bids.
I'm good with it. Everyone else?
Okay. 'Cause I really think it's something we need to do and continue to be on the YouTube and make ourselves available to that.
Now that's going to be getting some bids. I mean, that's going to be, of course, we'll have to approve the bids.
Yes.
Okay.
We won't do anything till we approve it.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about it then, and then we'll approve it.
Sure.
What you think. So. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, I take some time and look that over and review that. There is a new contract there, a demolition contract. I tried to clean up a lot of the language. Instead of the shalls, I put wills. We'll do that, and we'll do this. And then on page 2, or page 3 specifically, I addressed the basements and underground cavities. So it's in green, but I also wanted to be clear on that underground cavities have to be treated as such. Plus, with us having active code enforcement, I don't want anybody to remove their equipment from the site until we actually have a time to inspect probably the cavity as well as the compaction. And I think that's been a big thing is if there is a cavity, there needs to be compaction.
Sure.
And then it also needs to, the other thing I cleared up was the way it's left, is that it needs to be landscaped so that it actually runs water off and actually is productive for a builder or contractor.
I haven't had time to chew this whole thing up.
No, take time.
Right.
This isn't anything we need to, but we just need to kind of get on this and I also put it in there in section 7B that no one can claim a building as theirs even though they get a contract.
Right.
Right there on the bottom.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I like that. God, I had something on the tip of my tongue and now I can't think of what it was.
My only thing would be, does there need to be any language that would say something to the effect of if there was any change that needed to be made, it will only be made upon a written change order?
Well, I've
So we
been
avoid
working
any
with
verbal
our code
agreements.
enforcement, and what I would advise is if we see a situation, or myself, and I told him, I said, look, you can shut a job down. You can shut it down. We don't need a change order.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to shut it down and see what needs and regroup. And if we need to re-advise them and hold them to this, the contract is good. It's not any better than the operator though, and it's holding the operator to the contract. So that was one of the things I think several of us talked about is it doesn't need a change order as much as we can shut them down and say you're either going to do what we ask you to or you're going to get off this job. So yeah, just some kind of teeth a little bit. So
That's what I was going to say also, Kelly. When you have backfill, as a contractor, you're told when you're filling a crawl space, a basement, what have you. The old contract said topsoil must be filled with topsoil. Anybody knows clay?
It's comparable of what's underneath that
Right.
that topsoil.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, that's you wouldn't want to go in there and fill up a basement full of topsoil. So as long as you change that, because the other one said
that's why
topsoil.
I put in there. It has to be comparable to the ground that's underneath that basement. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to get into engineering terms and like Jason would, and give the exact layering that you would have to.
He's still here, Kelly.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Jason. Yeah. Okay. And any questions on that? I mean, look that over, please, and then kind of give us if you have anything to add. Some questions you had last time. I got with Travis, and he did let Tom Graham know out there that, and Tom said it's not quite feasible yet for him to move the buoys out at the lake,
Right.
but he would as soon as the weather was able to do that. I checked with Jerry, and he said that the Andrick, the 500 block of Andrick, is not done, and they're going to use the pothole and hope to get it up and running this next week. Got the chat, got some of the stuff to really go, but they want to go ahead and heal up Andrick with the pothole.
Oh, the ends of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the ends of it. Got that. And then I got a hold of Chad, and he's going to get me pricing for the signs. So then the one south of town down by Kadoff.
Right. The one at the entrance coming into town and the lake signs. Right.
Yeah. I think that's everything I have, unless you have other things. Okay. All right.
Okay. That's the city manager's report. City commissioners reports.
I think before that, just Rob.
Rob had something?
Yeah, I was going to have Rob come up. He has a grant I think he needs to ask for approval to do. So
he didn't mention it to me. That's all right, Rob. Don't worry. I know you and Josh are.
I need the commission to approve or give me the approval to turn in the base grant. There is a match, and so what the base grant, what we're turning this in for, we're filling out this base grant for the water project on the south side of town, and hopefully we're awarded that. And what that will do is that will basically be zero that cost out to you. So it'll pay out. It's a 25-75 match. So you'd have to come out with 25, which would most likely be your ARPA funds, and then 50% of that 75 would be paid this year, and then 50% of that 75 would be paid in January of 2023. So you might have to come up with actual like 50% of that that 75% this year, but you'll get a check back in January of 2023 to match that. And so I need to turn that in. It's due on the 28th of February. You guys don't meet again till after that, so I need the commission to allow me to turn that in on behalf of the city, just simply because there's a match. And so
what kind of a grant is this?
Base grant.
I'm sorry, I don't know what a base.
The base grant's through the Department of Commerce. It's
okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. Sorry.
Rob.
No, the Department of Commerce came out. It's spark funds.
The amount of the grant.
It could go up to it could go up to 25 million, but I believe your project's. Yeah, your project's 400. 400. Yeah, your project's about 450,000, Diane. So it would be 75%.
Can we get a copy of it also, please?
Everybody, they sent it out to everybody. But yeah, I can send you a completed copy of it.
Who sent it out?
The Department of Commerce sent it out, Diane, to everybody. So I'm sorry. I'll get you a completed copy. I'll get you a completed copy of it when we turn it in. But it's a base grant. It's just It's for industrial parks, for infrastructure with industrial parks and everything. So
Okay.
The to outline it a little bit, what Rob's saying is you have to have one project that you're immediately getting ready to do. And that was the one project we were getting ready to immediately do. And so we rolled on it because it has to have one address. So anyway, that's why we didn't choose it. It kind of chose us.
yeah.
But
Do we need a motion for this?
And it came out like
Yes.
the very beginning of the month, and so there was a quick turnaround. So
it was very quick.
yeah.
Well, then I'll motion that we give Rob the authority to go up with the grant.
Turn the grant in.
Turn the grant in.
Second? Go ahead. You good? No, wait. He did it.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Hey, and seriously, thanks for all your work finding those grants and stuff. Thanks for hanging around.
Yes, bring more money.
Thanks for telling Josh you wanted to speak. So let's see. Next, we're going to go to city commissioners' reports. I started this way last time. I'm going to go with Matthew first this time.
Going with me first?
Yep. Let's get it over with.
Okay. So, all right, we already dealt with the mowing and everything. Thank you, Josh. I don't have to deal with that now. So, Smart Growth America had come out several years ago, and they had stated too that saving the brick streets in Fort Scott was vital to our community infrastructure. I wanted to just take a moment and provide everybody with some of the information that I gave out to the guys at the Street Advisory Committee the other day. This is a lot of the research that I've been doing on why it's so important for us to save the brick streets here in town. So they're the most visible evidence of our community's sense of tradition. Brick streets last more than 500 years with little to no maintenance. They define the character of our historic neighborhoods. Over the life cycle, the brick streets cost less. They're a more effective choice for saving our citizens money. They improve the property values. The streets in themselves are historic, representing prosperity and the progress of our city, from a frontier settlement to an urban center, higher learning and commerce. The brick streets increase the property values. The brick streets calm traffic, lower accidents. If you look there, the economic study done by the city of Columbia, Missouri, said on a per square foot basis over a large area, newer salvaged historic bricks are more expensive in the beginning than asphalt. However, because of the maintenance that must be done to the asphalt and or concrete, the bricks will last more than 100 years. The bricks are less expensive over the life cycles of the street. So the cost to remove and replace any street with Portland cements, around $95 a square yard. The cost to remove and replace a street with asphalt, I called and got a quote on that, would be about $55 a square yard. The cost to remove and pave a brick street using historic brick pavers, if we were to do it today, it would cost $190 a square yard. Using modern brick pavers would be 160 square yards. Using our own salvaged ones would be 125. Now that's if we're building a new street. This is not repairing our current streets. It's just showing you the cost cycles on some of this stuff. A brick street ordinance is what I'm going to be asking this commission for here in the future. These help define the historic character of older neighborhoods. Their durability speaks for themselves. Some communities, the ordinance have been enacted to protect the integrity of the streets, develop a comprehensive brick street restoration plan. You can see the list of the cities that already have these kind of ordinances in place. And then you see that property values go up. Historic brick street preservation increases property values. In a study of the National Register districts in Philadelphia, homeowners in historic districts received self-price premiums of over 131% over comparable properties in areas that did not have historic streets. Brick streets have considerable aesthetic appeal and enhance property values. Studies find that brick streets may increase property values of developed and adjacent properties by 25 to 33% and undeveloped lots by over 200%. Historic preservation conservative resource leverages existing public investments. And again, we're driving on roads funded by taxpayers back in the 1890s. The historic preservation attracts visitors, and the heritage and tourists more likely to dine in local restaurants. Historic Fort Scott equals our historic brick streets. They even have Fort Scott stamped on the bricks. Generally, properties eligible for listing in the National Historic Register are at least 50 years old. Fort Scott's brick streets were laid in the late 19th century, and most are now over 120 years old. By any definition, these are historic streets. Break even and recovery. Maintenance costs for brick streets are relatively flat over their life cycle compared to concrete streets that require maintenance and replacement, giving them We're going to get some wired mics, so this won't be an issue anymore. Maintenance costs for the brick streets are flat over their life cycle. Concrete streets require maintenance and replacement, giving them a 40-year before they start to break even. Asphalt overlay streets are a lower cost initially, but required continued maintenance, giving them a 70-year break-even cycle. But if you look at the graph provided by the City of Columbia, you will see that though concrete streets and asphalt streets over the life cycle cost almost twice as much, brick streets maintain a flat, even all throughout their entire life cycle, so you save the citizens money. Williamton, North Carolina has proven cost savings. Brick streets, properly laid brick street can last 150 years or more. This comes from the Wilmington, North Carolina study with minimal maintenance, while asphalt streets, especially those in high trafficked areas, may last as little to 12 to 15 years before requiring a mill and overlay. In the 1970s, when Wilmington began covering its decades-old brick streets with asphalt, most were still serviceable, and the aggregate long-term costs associated with the construction and maintenance of the brick streets are substantially less than the aggregate long-term cost of construction and maintenance and periodic resurfacing of asphalt streets. You can see where that comes from in that study. Traffic is calmer on brick streets. Brick streets are commonly cited as an excellent traffic calmer because they look and feel different. There was a case study done in Winter Park, Florida, showing a drop in average speed to 29 miles per hour from 41 miles per hour after a brick restoration project was undertaken in 1996. They identified 0 accidents on those brick streets after the brick streets were restored. Yeah. We'll drop even further on ours.
I was going to say, I dare somebody go 29 on these brick
They
streets.
drop even further the way they are right now.
Only thing you're going to drop is your shocks.
For those that are concerned about it, they are also more environmentally friendly because brick streets are more environmentally friendly than asphalt streets. There's a study that talks about that. They're cooler than the asphalt streets, which generate more heat, and they're low maintenance. The carbon footprint is significantly lower than concrete or asphalt because of the petroleum used in the asphalt streets. So rather than throw away the 19th century investment in our city's infrastructure, these streets should be aggressively preserved and maintained. And we need to start reclaiming the streets that have been asphalted over. The loss of the brick streets by paving over them was a mistake that we cannot and must not repeat as a city ever again. Our brick streets are part of our character and charm. And then I have a list of what we need in a brick street ordinance. I'm putting one together right now that I will present to you that will also have a list of all of our current brick streets as well as a list of the brick and asphalt streets. If we ever need to buy, I've got a list of people who sell historic pavers and brick streets consultants, and then there's the sources and references that anybody wants to check. I just wanted to make sure that everyone had this information so that you can see that what we're trying to accomplish with the brick streets, what the Street Advisory Board is suggesting with the brick streets, this is about saving this city money over the lifetime of these brick streets. I understand that some of them need repair, but we've seen that we can raise bricks, we can save the streets temporarily until we can get the funds to fix them completely, and these streets will continue to last for as long as the city of Fort Scott stands. So, with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Matthew. And yeah, I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. I don't know about going 29 mile an hour on these brick streets, but maybe we'll get them smooth enough we can go 29.
I'd like to make one comment.
Yeah, please.
And I, you know, we're on the same page, but we have to be realistic. Can you tell me in that picture what caused that street to?
I'm not an expert in
Can
this.
you see
but
what's down there about
I would
half a
say
block?
I would say that was caused by either transfer truck travel or a trash truck.
Those are trash barrels
Yes.
right down there.
Yes. Yeah.
Now that was done about what 1990, 30 years ago, and it's failed.
Right.
So how do we justify that? And again, I'm not putting you on the
No, I understand completely. So
we are charged.
Right.
We are charged with identifying the best, most cost-effective methods of addressing the current shortcomings
Yes.
in our aging
Yes.
streets, and that's what we have to do. We cannot make a single statement that says we will redo all of brick streets. We can't.
No, and I'm not saying
it's not possible.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we
It's
should.
not
That's
financially possible,
Yeah.
and you know we're looking at 100 years,
Right.
and so
that is my personal wish, is that we would restore and save every brick street. But I understand that may not be entirely possible.
well,
I just want to do what's the best for the citizens with the money that we have.
We
And be
have to
good
be right.
stewards of the streets
we have
and
to
make
take
them
that
last.
money
Yes.
and make these
Yeah.
streets the best we can make.
So as
with
far
the
as
money we have.
the damage caused by the transfer trucks and the trash trucks, we simply establish truck routes, and then we require those trucks to travel on those truck routes.
So we on this street we say no vehicle over 30,000 pounds.
On the brick streets,
On the brick
we
streets
have
that
a right.
we
Yes, we
rebuild.
have a right to
Let's
put
take,
something.
for instance, the ones we're doing right now
Yep.
over on Crawford Street. Now we're going to get those all rebuilt. Or are we going to allow? Kelly and I were up there the other day. We were looking at something, and 2 tractor trailers at the same time came around that corner. One was headed down to Judy's, and the other was to the feed mill there.
Right.
2 fully loaded
Yes.
tractor trailers on that
Yep.
street. How do we?
We establish truck routes, and we make them start using those truck routes. And if they don't use the truck routes, then we have to fine them.
Call Travis.
Yeah, I mean, we give them, if we give the trucks, this is what I found out that all these other cities that have brick roads do. They establish a truck route, and then the trucks have to travel on those routes.
Yep.
They give them a way to go. They make them drive down the alleys. They make them take one road in and one road out. They have it marked with signs, and they say, the little truck sign with the little hatch through it that says no trucks on this road. And if you're driving a truck on that road, you got to pay the fine.
But if you have a business on Main Street, right, where it's surrounded by brick streets,
Mhm.
how does, and the alleys are already narrow as all get out, and you've got a dumpster behind your building, are they gonna have to wheel it out to where the brick ends for the guy to pick it up?
Well, right now the trash trucks go down those alleys and pick up the dumpsters.
Yeah, but I mean, even like starting down the alley here on 3rd Street,
Mhm.
2nd Street in front of here, all the way down to 1st Street.
You have to go to 3rd Street and come all the way.
Yeah, it's all brick.
And
Well, no, but right now the trash trucks come and they go down these alleys, so they can do it, and the trucks can drive down these alleys. In some of these cities where other trucks are forced to drive down these alleys, they're skinnier than our alleys, but the truck drivers can make it down.
well,
Okay.
it's not an easy solve.
No.
No.
It's a long discussion.
That was good discussion. No. Okay, Pete. Was that it for you, Pete? Okay.
I want to take a little bit of time and congratulate the commission. We have just done something that previous commissioners haven't been able to do for the last 30 years. We are stopping a sanitary sewer overflow, $340,000. But we're doing it. This thing has overflowed for the last 25 to 30 years, and nobody except this commission could solve that problem. So I congratulate you on that. That's a biggie.
That's good.
Okay.
Good point.
I got a little thing I want to read. It won't take very long, but it's It's a discussion that Kelly and I had about the 1% city sales tax usage. And Kelly stated, unfortunately, the only other way to fund the general is from water and sewer transfers, which would then kill our water and sewer projects that we want to fund out for those revenues. The downside is the city only has two revenue streams outside of the sales tax, and that's water and sewer. In my opinion, this is me talking, and that of the Kansas League of Municipalities, the use of water funds for any other use than it was collected for would be precluded by a governing body declaration of surplus funds. No definition of surplus funds can be found by the League of Municipalities. However, the League went on to reference an Attorney General's opinion that the surplus funds would first be placed into an account and remain there for 5 years before it could be classified as surplus. And then it could only be used to purchase fire department equipment. That's statute 132408, deposit and use of revenue, transfer of monies. All revenues derived from the sale and consumption of water and from the management and operation of waterworks shall be deposited daily in the city treasury to the credit of the waterworks department and be kept in a separate fund to be known as the Waterworks Department Fund. And such revenues shall be used exclusively for the operation, maintenance, renewal, and extension of the waterworks, and in paying off the bond and indebtedness created for the purchase price thereof, or interest charges on such indebtedness, and for no other purposes, except it shall be lawful for the Board of Commissioners in cities of the first class, and keep in mind, it says the Board of Commissioners, in cities of the first class having a population of less than 25,000 and which has adopted the commission manager form of government to use any surplus that may accumulate in such said fund for the purpose of purchasing equipment and appliances for the fire department of such city. Note the requirements of the Waterworks Department Fund. I've not seen such a fund as that having ever been established. By ordinance, there are also sanitary sewer fund accounts yet to be established and reported on bi-yearly. I believe setting up those accounts would go a long way toward providing transparency in our accounting. The same can be said of the 3 sales tax accounts. Dumping in all of the dumping the funds into the general fund is very, very wrong, and it only leads to mistrust and doubt. I believe that every income account should have an expense account associated with it, as well as every grant, bond, or loan. The people want transparency and accountability, not confusion. Per state statute, any member of the Board of Commissioners who shall vote for or aid in the transfer or use of such revenues for any private purpose or for any other department of the city government, except as herein provided, shall forfeit his or her office and be liable on his or her official bond for such misappropriations. My conclusion is let's make it our goal to fund our utilities, upkeep, repair, replacement, and extension with the user charges as per ordinances and statutes, which with needed adjustments of rates if needed. With the age and condition of our utilities distribution systems, there should never be a surplus of funds in these accounts for at least 70 years. The people voted for our 3 sales taxes to be used for streets, and we're not doing it. This is how we lose trust in our officials. We need to rid ourselves of the previously established backdoor accounting, where we slip in the back door and grab at anything to make it look legal, like stealing candy or cookies from the cookie jar while mom was not looking. Legal? Maybe. Morally? Wrong. And the citizens are looking. I would like to make a motion to direct our city manager to set up the previously referenced utilities accounts per state and local statutes and ordinance, and to vigorously pursue the addition of necessary revenue stream or streams or reduced expenditures to allow for the full usage of the sales tax revenues for our streets per the wishes of the citizens, without sacrificing any quality of life benefits that currently exist. Apparently, that sum of additional revenue or cuts would be approximately $800,000 to $1 million. So what I'm suggesting is that I know Kelly calls it a zero balance account. We know we're going to have so many dollars in sales tax. That's the money we can spend. We know we're going to have so many dollars in the utility funds. That's the money we can spend, and that's what we'll spend it for. And we can get this thing on a progressive standard and make the thing work. I know we'll never get there. We got 70 years. We got $21 million that we have to spend our sewer system to bring it up to standard. And right now our current budget says 300,000. Those things we have to address. We have to take this thing into consideration, and we have to make it happen. And there ain't nobody else going to do it except us, right? So anyhow, that's my spiel.
Thank you, Pete. Josh?
No, nothing.
Thank you, Josh. You nothing too, Tim?
Oh, I don't have very much at all.
Okay.
Just wanted to say real quick, a couple Wednesdays ago, we had a huge snowstorm. There was a water main break out there and all, and many thanks to the city crews that were out there freezing their butts off and getting that repaired real quick. I also wanted to talk about with Brad here. I noticed looking at job postings today on the city site. Are we actively pursuing a finance director? I mean, the posting is out there. I saw it out there today. Okay.
Yeah, one of the things we ran into is they're few and far between, if even findable, without training or developing. And then if they are, they either want to become city managers or something that, or close to $80,000-$90,000. So we, in our price range, we decided what we were going to do is start offloading some of Devin's and start training and layering our help in our utility clerk, and try to create 3 finance people that not only know how to do budget but can help with specialties.
Yeah, because it won't be long. Then July will be here, and we'll be working on budget and other items like that. And
yeah, I've already got half of the worksheets done.
Yeah, we don't want to be behind the power curve on that. And I just know from being in business all my life that the company, and we're like a company, kind of runs on the direction of your financial directors and finance guidance. So hopefully the plan will work out. I myself would feel more comfortable if we actually had a finance director that managed this stuff and kept us all out of trouble. So don't be surprised if I ask you again, how we're coming along on that.
That's fine.
The only other thing I had, and then I am going to make a motion after you're done, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Is Diane, and thank you, Diane, had given us this information on League of Municipalities training. I don't know if anybody else is interested in it. I know I myself, I'm going to try and attend both virtually and in person as many of these as they can. I think we owe it to the citizens we represent to be as informed and correct as possible. So I would welcome anyone joining me on this commission and attending this training, and thank you for providing this. I know it was the last meeting, but I forgot to pull it out of the binder during the commissioner comments. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Tim. One thing I want you guys to consider, and we can talk about it at the next meeting, or maybe think about it for the next couple meetings. And Diane, if you could get us, I know Josh and I have had several discussions as far as spending limits when it comes to department heads, city manager, what have you. I'd like to review that again. Kelly, you weren't a part of that, but when we used to be years ago, well, not even that far ago, it was $5,000 for a city manager to spend. And then I believe somewhere around the COVID range, it went to 10,000. And I just want to bring that, not that you've done anything wrong or anything like that, but I'm just saying, we talked several times bringing it back into reality, in my opinion, is bringing it back down to the $5,000 range and the department heads back down around where they were. I don't know where they're at right now, so I would like that, and then everybody can email it to.
The purchase policy.
Yeah, there you go. If you could email that to everyone, that way they have a couple weeks to mill over it and we can discuss it. The next thing I had was, and I was going to ask where we at on municipal court, but Diane, you said.
I said we did our first upload today from the electronic citation system to our court system. So we uploaded 3 tickets. So I was connected to our software company, and so it's starting to move. So
Good. That's good
it'll
news.
get closer.
That'll be another revenue stream that we can get help, beef up the budget with. I did speak with an individual about the no parking signs on 12th Street going up to the middle school from Margrave to the middle school. And I asked Travis to look at that. Travis, what's your thoughts over there?
Going back to Commissioner Pete Allen's question earlier, that if they've got a system, the bus is going up to the middle school. I'm not sure what it is, because I see them going up 10th Street, 12th Street, back down on both, and then going north and south on Williams, south of middle school. So I can find out, but I see them on all those streets. So the other day, Commissioner Kevin Allen called, Mayor Kevin Allen called, and we talked a little bit about parking and the traffic up and down 12th Street between Margrave and the middle school. It's not the first concern I've fielded, and I told the mayor that oftentimes it seems like it's usually about when I start getting more calls is about daylight savings time, when that sun is right in the wrong spot going up those hills. But I do have had some calls about concerns of folks parking on the south side of 12th Street. Since we've talked last week, I believe that was I've seen anywhere from 1 to 4 cars parked up there regularly on that south side of the road. There's 8 houses affected on the south side of the road. There's 2 houses or 2 residents on the north side of the road. What I have not done, Mayor, is I have not gone and knocked on doors and taken an informal survey to see if how that affects folks or that. But that's what I've done.
Right. So does everyone there have off-road parking?
Yes, it appears they've all have off-road parking. There are multiple cars in several of those driveways, so
it would be an adjustment.
That may be a brush back to us as far as the questions of what if I have company or
sure,
that kind of thing. So that's
well, and I think we could do even if we did the no parking signs, no parking from certain hours to certain hours. Mm-hmm. That way they can still have their friends over, family over on the weekends. They can park on the street. That's fine, but you're not going to park there during that time because it's a safety concern. I hate it, but again, it's something you get adjusted to. We fielded a lot of comments and things like that when we did it on Broadway. We thought that was going to be a major catastrophe, but that turned out to be one of the best things out there. I mean, Broadway is now free flowing, everything's good.
12th Street is a heavily traveled road, not only during school days, but in the summertime, baseball practice, those ballparks. There's a lot of traffic goes up and down there all summer long. So and usually in the evenings on those, but that's kind of what I found out. If you want me to pursue or follow up, we go talk to folks up and down that road. If you want me to do that, I have no problem with that. Just kind of.
How do you guys feel like handling it? I mean, is that something you think that's a good idea to talk to rather than just to hit them with a no parking sign, kind of get the feel and make sure everybody's okay? Yeah, that'll be good, Trev.
Now, do you want me to ask on neither side of the road parking or allowing? I guess I never see any cars parked on the.
I've never seen
on the other side of the road, right? So,
but I'd say there's going to be no parking on either side.
Okay.
Because if you don't take it off that side, guess what's going to happen?
Yeah. Right.
You know.
So. Okay, we'll follow up on that, and I'll get back with you. Now, I probably will have somebody else talk to you. I won't be here next commission meeting. I'll be on vacation. So.
Really, where are you going?
I told you where I'm going.
He's going to Deerfield.
I noticed an increase of traffic stops on 69 highway.
Yes, we actually made to talk to the guys today. I know we made one or two this morning over that area you and I talked about. So, um, so yes, I've talked with not all of them, but most of them to that was a concern. They were also sitting over there on 12th today, 12th and 69, and I also said, hey, let's go ahead and 6th and 3rd Street also worry me as well. So, but yeah, so yeah, we've you bet no,
You do.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. So
I used to chase you off, and now Pete's wanting you to pull people over.
I know. That's right.
Pete, you're gonna get one of these. You may be the first one.
Anything else?
That's it for you. And I wanted to apologize to the people of Fort Scott. I know that I have fielded some questions and phone calls about the raise of the water rates, and you know what my spiel is to them. You know, I hate it. That's the last thing we want to do is raise water rates, raise taxes, raise anything like that. But we have been put behind the eight ball by our previous. I don't want to blame it on the previous commissions or whatever, but you know these monies were getting spent elsewhere. So now we're bringing it back, and we're going to fix your water lines. We're going to fix your sewer lines. We're going to do the things that the money was designed for, but we have to have that money to do it. And unfortunately, with the price going up of lumber and pipe and everything else and chemicals, I mean everything has went up. So we've got to change with the times, and the ones that I feel most sorry for are the ones living on the fixed income. You know, I fielded some questions from people that are well capable of paying the water bills. They just don't like it, and that's where I'm in. I can pay my water bill. I don't like it. You know, it's not just costing everybody at home; it's costing us too. We all buy city water. We all buy everything that we're raising up, so it's not just affecting everyone else. So we're all in this together, and I just wanted to apologize that we have to do it. I got a phone call today, and the inmates have now completed 5 more pallets of bricks. They've actually ran us out of bricks. So city team's gonna have to go back down, haul some more loads up to get palletized. So the inmates are over there working hard on them bricks. So I want to say thank you to them. I don't know if it's always the same inmates. They're probably in and out. Who knows?
So how many pallets do we have?
I think that would be. I think so far they've done over 10 pallets, probably about a dozen pallets.
10 pallets?
Mm-hmm.
There's about 700 or 800 bricks on a pallet.
I can't remember. I think 600 and some. Yeah. Several,
So
you
that'd
know.
be 6,000 bricks.
Yeah. Yeah, they've done several thousand bricks, which again saves on our city time, city employees' time, and gets us organization where we put these pallets on the trailer and go to work. What a blessing. What a good idea.
Are they going through and sorting them?
Yep. Yep.
So everything on this.
Yep. They
pallet's
said
the
they're
same?
sorting out Fort Scott bricks to pavers to everything they can. Well, we're gonna think of something nice to do to them, you know, or do for them. But absolutely, absolutely, and that's been the discussion. You know, we're asking ourselves, we'd like to go do something nice for them, but then again, you got the workers out there working all day, and if they looked over there and seen them eating pizza, and they're thinking, hey, what about us? Well, okay. We got to say, you know, maybe once we get those building permits going, we can afford to buy pizza for everybody. I had pizza tonight. I don't know if anybody noticed. Um, but the last thing I had was tonight when we had the discussion on the streetlights and talking about city employees going to look rather than have the citizens do it. Something popped in my head. I actually got a text. That's the other thing I like about the at-home viewers. I got a text that said, hey, why don't you have the police and the firemen? I mean, we got 24-hour people out there. So Travis, I want to, obviously through Kelly, but I want to work with the police and the fire to get all these street lights straightened up. And if you see a dark neighborhood where there could be some ordinance going on, I called, I text Richie Forster during this, and he said it's just a matter of calling Evergy and figuring this deal out. So that's great stuff. So I think we've accomplished a lot tonight.
What we usually do is we try and identify one. We'll radio that into dispatch.
Right, right. So we got a plan. And keep an eye out for that guy up on Marble Crest or girl, whoever it is. We got a creeper up there, so let's keep a hold of it. So that's all I have. Tim, do you have something else?
Yeah, I wanted to move that the city commission recess into executive session for the purpose of discussing non-elected personnel pursuant to personnel matters of non-elected personnel, exception to KSA 754319B1. In the executive session, I would like the 5 city commissioners, the city manager, the HR director, and the legal counsel for about 8 minutes, let's say till 10:16.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones, Tim Van Vicky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. So you guys want to stay in here? Oh, we got a crowd, so
Yeah,
we got to go in the city manager. We'll be right back. That's all right. We got. Come on. Ain't no time for stories.
A second. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, second.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Meeting adjourned.